Okay, welcome everybody to day 2 of our 2-day conference. Today is going to focus on capacity, human capacity, right? What it takes to do these kinds of projects and the fit to international frameworks. Something that we'd actually intentionally put off towards the end of the workshop. But before we do that, what we want to do is take a half hour here and reflect on what we heard yesterday. Try to pull some of those threads together. Lynn Talley has graciously compiled a really nice set of thoughts. Not online yet? Okay. When Lynn gets here, she'll share those with you. But the idea is to Lynn will talk for a bit. I've got some thoughts about what I've seen and maybe okay. I'll share some thoughts and then the Slido will be open. And what we'd like is for participants, both remote and in person, to share their thoughts about what they've seen, what they've heard, how to synthesize what they've seen and heard in the Slido, and then we'll go through that before we resume the sessions. I'd really encourage everybody. Yesterday we heard a lot of really nice threads of science and capabilities that people would like to see. A lot of them were fairly specific. This is a good time to step back and think about what sort of umbrellas you might put over some of those more specific thoughts about science projects or observing systems, right? Because what we're really looking for is the big picture items, right? The big overarching ideas that require this kind of collaboration, this kind of resource, that would require international outreach. So we've heard a lot of things. There are some threads I think I can see running through that right now. I'm sure you all see others. So try to think about those and draw those out in the comments to come here. And with that, why don't we hand it to Lynn?
Hi, good morning. Straight out of my orange juice here. It's 7:03 a.m. So, yeah, good morning. Thank you very much for having this workshop. Really, it's just a great start to the IP Wi-Fi. I was asked to put together a brief summary, which is I say personal because it's obviously there's a lot to digest from yesterday, but to really briefly summarize what happened yesterday. And let's see if I can, just a second. I am just literally just here. Okay, so yeah, I also want to thank Morgan a lot and those of you at the National Academy for making all the Slidos available to me last night. And I was able to get on there, and I think those should all be available for people to get to. It's a lot of information, a lot of comments.
Hey guys, watch out
Hello,
for bikers.
can you hear me? Somebody is unmuted. They're looking at bikers. The participation yesterday was outstanding. There were about 200 people or more online most of the time. In the afternoon for the breakouts, about 125. Very rich resource for the committee, I'd say, from the talks, all the talk comments, which are excellent, the talks in the Slido and Padlet comments. Given that there were so many people, there was, I think, really rich breadth in what was there, but it was a bit weak on the atmosphere, as was pointed out by several people. And there's a bit on collaborations, and today I'm sure will be focused more on that. Slide. Sorry, my dog thinks it's breakfast time. Next slide, please. This happened to pop up in my on my phone last night on the Washington Post. It is wonderful that we have fantastic science writers out there who are reporting on climate as soon as things come along. One of our themes yesterday was how to get out and communicate. Here is a paper that hit the front page of the Washington Post yesterday, basically based on paleo data, talking about warming and polar ice sheets. And so I'd say all of you who do this kind of work and who can publicize it, get it published in high profile places, go for it, get it out there, amongst other many other ways to communicate. Next slide. That just hit me yesterday. So looking through the sessions, yesterday we had 3 sessions. The Polar Science for Society was the first. And these are some thoughts about what came out of that discussion, maybe colored by what I've heard from others before, that it different from previous IPYs. This IPY should very clearly connect the science with the societal outcomes and impacts. So the community and the science together. A much bigger emphasis on useful products and things like forecast and prediction, beyond the sort of 700 publications in peer-reviewed journals, which are our basic science, and that is extremely important too. But here, get out, do stuff, make products, connect. And develop systems that will continue on beyond IPY5. So number one, we need to communicate a lot about the crises originating from and within the polar regions. And also, I think as we'd already discussed once before this meeting, this time bring the modeling and the AI and everything into the framework of IPY directly, not just the observations. The observations and the modeling go hand in hand these days, and the AI is a way to analyze all the above. Next slide. I heavily paraphrase this. Martin Jeffries wrote like a monologue in the Slidos yesterday. And I want to say from what he says, we must be ambitious and think globally and deliver outcomes that will benefit the maximum number of people. Muddling up his points, he is proposing an overarching unifying topic of worldwide weather forecasting and global climate system projection. And had focused in on 3 topics that were front and center all day yesterday. Was just sea ice shrinkage, mass loss leading to sea level rise, and warming and thawing of permafrost and how that interacts with the carbon cycle. This actually left out stuff like the ecosystem shifts, which are very important. And we had a couple of talks on that yesterday. We need to make sure that that is included and that's in our modeling. And we look at how that includes people, but it's also what everything eats and sort of how the carbon cycle works. And a very nice talk yesterday on space weather. It was a brand new introduction to me. And this is not really global climate change, but it's extremely important for communities to be able to predict space weather. It's part of our technological system now, and this interferes with it. So next slide. In this second session, we were asked to talk about scientific questions, and these will be the motivations for IPY and deciding what it hinges on and what direction to go with. And there's lots of ideas, but this list is I think kind of boils it down, and I had very likely left something out. So this is something important to put in the Slido. Space weather. And then under weather forecasting, global climate system projection, we have sea level rise, sea ice shrinkage, permafrost, wildfire, carbon budgets, and shifts in the ecosystem. And then as a third major component, impacts of these things that we can measure and model on communities, which then should be part of the modeling, both in informing what the models do, but maybe also part of the model ecosystem. Missing from many of the panels yesterday, I think, was atmospheric processes, and a whole bunch of people Slido commented on that. And so I think as this discussion goes on, don't just take what happened to this meeting when you're writing this report writers, but make sure it looks at the Slidos and makes it a bit broader. Next slide. Session 3 got into approaches. How do we go? Here, one can make a long litany of specific technologies and sensors and so forth, and some groups did a great job of getting going on that. To start with, I think we have to have a framing of how the IPY approaches this, and just so I put that in caps. There is one direction of talking about projects that are unique to IPY5 and can only be done in its context. I'd say that should be taken, personally, I would think that should be taken in quotes in the sense of in its context of having massive focus and hopefully massive international resources, investment in it. What I think it should be done is strengthening all of our capabilities with all the tools that we have that are necessary to deal with these global crises, and very centered, of course, on polar phenomena. We use the opportunity of IPY5 to develop the tools and carry them forward. And we note, as a lot of this is taken from Slido's, that IPY is only 2 years long. So we go into this with massive investment, 2 years, it's experiment. Nope, not capturing trends. We want to make sure that key IPY are repeated if needed, that we sustain and strengthen all of the observing systems that we know are important now, or we guess are important before we've had a full discussion for IPY5, and make sure that those don't collapse between now and IPY5, and that they're there as the context. A second sort of way to group this is that we look at things in terms of observational, model, and blended products that inform society. And that part of the IPY5 is to bring into the fold the major model improvements, because you can't do good projections without the models. But they have to be firmly based in the observations, and the models can help model development, can help inform what types of observations should be part of the IPY portfolio. And here was a top-rated Slido comment on what processes or behaviors are observed that are not currently captured by Earth system models. It should be. So that's a way to go at this planning for IPY5. And we have, of course, the exponentially growing adoption of AI, and this is all part of how we are moving forward now towards that. Another set of comments from one of the breakout groups is that 2032 is very soon. And so we might want to not, be a little bit conservative and evolve our current evolving new technologies, modeling, and synthesis methods, rather than starting in completely fresh. And another comment, supporting the next cohort of excellent polar science researchers is paramount. That is an approach, and it is really important in these times. Next slide. There are lots of lists of things. This is observational stuff. There's a whole lot of work that has to be done on this. And so I think this is a fantastic start with a long list, and somebody's going to need to do a lot of organizing, and there's going to be a lot of work to pull this together, obviously. This is a first step for the US. So there are great summaries from the groups. Sampling, there was discussion about sampling. One of the comments was, whether it should be real time, whether to do network sampling, adaptive sampling. Make sure we sample. Have to have icebreakers for polar regions. It was pointed out that the Tide network is just appalling. It's important that we have networks of stations for permafrost, satellite data, technology, and sensor improvements. Not much talked about the atmosphere. I am an oceanographer, so reveal. So I put 3 bullets that we were talking about. Maybe acoustically enabled arrays in the Arctic and Antarctic for all the underwater sensors and gizmos, and moving our observing system into towards the continental shelf and shelf break more than we do now. And I actually can't see the last part of that, but that's okay. You can probably not either see it. Oh, and the Ross Sea MPA opportunity is there, and we should take it. It's an area that is where we can develop new projects. US can focus there, and at the LTER, those are regions that we are working in, have ship capability now. So next slide. Model development, there are things that were talked about. I didn't have the time to go back through all the discussion, get the whole list, but certainly a discussion about ice sheets, fully incorporating ecosystems in the Earth system models. There was talk about, so that needs to be developed. Data management, there was some discussion especially about having basically available data instead of proprietary data, languages forever. I wanted to make a point that we have to support existing data management systems in these times to make sure that data streams are maintained at the data management side and made accessible, kept accessible. And the same thing true for model products and output to the extent that it can be. Collaborating internationally and between disciplines is part of approaches, and be a lot of that today. There was a top-rated Slido comment from Twyla Moon about internet. Can we look at international models of research funding that will sustain relationships between collaborative research that are maintained over decadal timescales? Really important, long-standing question for US funding mechanisms. Obviously, we need international collaboration, to paraphrase Oscar. There is the challenge with Russia being part of the Arctic that we can't avoid that challenge. And how do we internationally work into that? And then initially we rely on the existing scientific and community networks that are there rather than reinventing the wheel, because there are a lot of people invested in that, and then evolve that as needed. I think I'm almost done. Last one. Next steps. Yes. I would say this has been a fantastic already one day. I'm sure it'll be another fantastic second day. Lots of ideas and approaches on the table. Lots and lots of engagement from those of you out there. At least 100 people, separate people enter things into the Slido. You can look at that analytic when you look at Slido. Common themes is that there is a real urgency to address the massive change in the polar regions and how they impact society. And not just massive change, but things that are massively variable, naturally massively variable. How do those impact society? We have tools and we can have observing systems that help us a lot with looking at these things and then communicating them. So communication is super important. Just looking through it all and thinking through all the notes kind of late at night, I was thinking we have to think about what is this IP Wi-Fi for? It's already well articulated in the workshop outline. But what it is basically science and products, useful for society, forecasts, warnings, description of the current state, etc. It is not solving climate change. It is providing the tools to look at it and to say, this is what we need to do. And then that goes into policy. We have to agree eventually on the scientific foci and prioritize them because you can only have so much money, but go big, to paraphrase Martin Jeffries. IPY will be an intensive phase of an ongoing observational and modeling record. So think of it that way, I think. And then we need to do model improvement and product development before and during the IPY. There should be a bunch of follow-on workshops. I put big question marks like it was a Spanish sentence around it. Just some ideas of things that are going to have to be worked on. What are the priorities for the Earth system modeling development, and what observations would be the best to inform that? And identifying important products, both from observations and modeling, and data management structures that are essential. And then, so this is kind of in the order you do this, so maybe, defining our observational priorities in the context of observing system and model needs. So thank you very much. And thank you for looking forward to another vigorous day.
That's super, Lynn. Thanks. That was a really great summary of yesterday's conversations, both online and in the room. Not sure I can add to that. That was a fantastic and really comprehensive look at what we talked about. Couple of quick thoughts, right? One of the issues we face, we certainly face it in the Arctic community, is how you prioritize what we want to do. Since as IPY is a relatively short period, but we want to try to build big things that might have legs to go further, and how do we select? Kind of met Shoup last night, and the idea that the creation of large umbrellas with some of these big ideas, some of the larger topics like sea ice, like sea level rise and ice sheet evolution, right, might provide the kinds of structures that you could then build out the IPY science from. With that, I'm going to pass this over to Andrew, and we will start looking at things from the Slido.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm kind of trying to process this at the same time you guys are. Also agree that was a really great summary of everything that we discussed yesterday. Some of the things in here that I thought I'd highlight in the Slido that might be worth pointing out and just drawing your attention to. Of course, one of the highest rated comments is the inclusion of early career students, outreach, and inclusion of Indigenous communities. And to follow up on that, there was a comment that's highly rated right after that that talks about maybe a poll for the workshop that looks at who was here, who participated, what is their career level, what is their discipline, so that the the report that comes from this knows what part of the community was captured. The other thing, another comment that I found interesting, Duncan Young mentioned this. In 2031 and 2032, the Europa Clipper will be reaching Europa and surveying the icy moon there. And so that might provide some new perspectives on cryospheric questions. So we can think about how our polar science relates to that and is an analog for those environments. And it wouldn't just be there, it'd also be thinking about astrobiology and how the ecosystems we see in the poles might be analogs for other planetary bodies and life. Wiesn brought up a question asking, does our science need to fit into the sort of 2-year window that IPY is, and or can it be longer term? I think the answer to that is that it could be longer term, right? There'll be this ramp up and science, a lot of science, and then a sort of a ramp down. But we see that, you know, like POLNet, for example, and other observing systems they still exist since IPY4, although they are at threat at the moment. You know, I think another thing that gets brought out in here is sort of the IPY being this sort of rare international opportunity for these big collaborations. So thinking big about what observing systems we can have and how do we coordinate those across different international partners, even internally, nationally. How do we collaborate in terms of all of our sub-disciplines? How do we create these platforms for observing systems that don't just have a seismometer, a GPS, or whatever your instrument is, but they're all integrated, and how do we prioritize those and work that out? How do we synchronize that? Let's see. There's also the potential for other opportunities. So Mike Hardinger brought this up in I believe 2032, 2033. There's expected to be this intense solar maximum. And so that's a potential area where we could think about space weather, the observations we can be making, but then also in the past, that's also been a great opportunity for citizen science as well. And so we could think about how to act on that, but then also how there might be other opportunities in other spheres of sciences as well. And of course, right, there have been deficiencies in our discussions with certain areas, such as atmospheric sciences. The other thing I noticed, there really aren't, in the strictest sense, classical glaciologists in the room. I mean, we had Richard give a talk, but there are other parts of polar sciences that aren't necessarily here, although they may be online. Okay. And I guess the one other comment that I'd make, and I think it comes up here in various points, is sort of getting out of thinking about science being funded by NSF or other science funding agencies, but thinking about how it could be funded by other organizations, private sectors, and connecting our science more also to sort of more actionable science or applications. So how can we bring in broader communities to help fund this? And then not have it just be polar, but global in a sense, and really get those global impacts. Okay, so I got to the end of the list. Another one came in. Okay, great. Yeah, there's another one. How do we build a system too that oh, go ahead. Yeah, does anyone want to say anything? We can get another mic and start passing it around. Oh, yes. Does this work? It will. All right, who wants it? There we go.
Hi, Matthew Shoup. I'll talk a little bit later, University of Colorado. Craig mentioned it before. He and I had some conversation last night, but I think a great organizational structure for IPY, and this would of course require international buy-in, would be perhaps 6 umbrella topics, narrowly defined if we can muster that as a community. I know that will be very hard, but if it could be narrowly defined, and umbrella organizations for each that would perhaps say the US would fund one of those and maybe other nations would fund others to coordinate across that. Let's just put out the example of Greenland ice mass balance, which is one that I like. Okay, there's a coordination body funded by some agency in some nation that coordinates all the contributions from many different countries into that realm and helps to think about data products and instruments and coordination of facilities and all those kinds of things. And that would be an effective way, I think, to focus on a limited number of topics and have an effective funding and management structure to implement that. Anyone else?
You want to pass it around? I like throwing it around. Anyone in the back want it?
I'm on them around if you want to. Anybody?
Don't be shy.
Mike Hartinger from Space Science Institute. I just wanted to just reiterate that March 30th, 2033 is a total solar eclipse over Alaska. And those are pretty rare. And we know from past eclipses that they generate a lot of public interest. And even if you're not interested in doing campaigns related to that eclipse, I would just be aware of that date, March 30th, 2033, because it's going to possibly disrupt your campaigns in the Arctic. There'll be a lot of tourism and so on and so forth. So just keep that date in mind. And it's also an opportunity for us to publicly communicate the importance of poor regions. There's a lot of global impacts from eclipses that can communicate some of the messages and research that we've been hearing about at this meeting. Anyone else wants the box?
Hi, I'm Madeline Youngs, and I wanted to highlight what Mariama brought up from the PSECO, the Polar Science Early Career Community Office, is how do we bring early career researchers into this process and Indigenous peoples into this process from the very beginning, rather than just saying we're going to do an outreach activity or whatever at the end, because my experience as a young person is that I want to be involved in these things and these international collaborations, but it's like there's gatekeeping and all of like there seems like there's like a mess of people who know what's happening, and then down here at the bottom we just don't know who knows what and how we can be engaged in this. So I think just something for us to think about as a community is how do we really make this a key part of what we're doing.
As that's getting passed, I'll just mention one other comment that came in from Helen Glazer. It's asking, is there any plan to, and how do we integrate artists with science teams? So thinking beyond science, how do we get the arts involved in this? They can capture the science we're doing and relay that, communicate that to the public in unique ways that we can't capture. So that's something we haven't talked about, but might be worth thinking about here as well.
That's a good point. That's something we haven't really touched on at all.
Feelings are dangerous.
I would point out that this is kind of the ground floor in the discussion, right? This is the first discussion here in the US. Internationally, there's been some planning work, but nothing that's really been accessible to the science community. We'll point out what there is later today, but so you've not missed much yet, and the engagement here and the attempt to bring early career scientists into this discussion now is a part of that. We clearly failed in some senses in terms of who we were able to get into the room, but yeah, right.
Mike.
Let's see, why don't we toss that to you?
I'll just say really quickly, it's not just about the IPY, it's just in general. It's not knowing how to communicate across disciplines. It's not knowing how to communicate across countries, and just, you know, it's a lot to be an early career person and just trying to figure out how all of these systems work, because they're convoluted and not easy for anyone to understand.
All right, we'll take one more comment there in the back, and then we gotta wrap it up.
Sure. Can you get, oh, can you hear me? I'm Joe McGregor, NASA Goddard. I don't know if I'm a traditional glaciologist, but I have played one on TV. I want to highlight the point I think Lynn made about atmospheric science. I don't know how many atmospheric scientists are here, but just from my point of view from interactions with NASA Airborne Science, I think that's would be really beneficial if we want to include them in accessing the polar regions during the IPY, because that is the big player when it comes to NASA airborne missions, are the atmospheric scientists. They are the ones who are going out and doing the most things. And if we can engage them in the study of the polar regions more during IPY, that would be a good thing.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we're going to wrap it up and proceed with our next session.
Can everybody hear me and hear me online? I assume yes. Okay.
Okay, does this work? It's already in.
Okay. All right, we're going to try this again. So this session is about building the human capacity. And when we think about human capacity in the context of your comment about young researchers, we're going to open the aperture, broaden the aperture to all the individuals that are involved in polar science. So again, beyond the communities we work with, beyond the scientists that engage in polar science, to the people that run the logistics, the systems, the technologies, and even the partners with whom we engage. So we have some excellent speakers today. We have Ed Brook, who is online from Oregon State University. We have Twyla Moon from the National Snow and Ice Data Center. And we have Hannah Marie Garcia Ladd, who is with the Indigenous Sentinels Network. Okay, so each of them are going to present, and then we're going to have time for questions, and then we will wrap it up with some integration at the end. So Ed, if we can go to you.
Okay, assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Ed.
Great. Okay. Thanks very much for inviting me to do this. I'm Ed Brook. I'm a professor in Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences at Oregon State. And I'm also the director of an NSF Science and Technology Center called the Center for Oldest Ice Exploration, or COLDEX. And I think it's that role that brings me to this panel. So thanks very much. And I'll try to give you some perspectives based on the STC world. Next slide, please. So quick background, not really trying to plug the STC, but I'd like to give you the context for my remarks. COLDEX is a project exploring the Antarctic ice sheet to find the oldest ice possible. And what we're after is extending the environmental record from ice cores well beyond the current limit, which based on very recent results from our European colleagues may be around 1.2 to 1.5 million years. But we're looking back into the Pliocene and even into the Miocene, trying to inform ourselves and inform the world about what warmer worlds were like. We're trying to get much better information about the warm worlds of the Pliocene and Miocene. Science and technology centers have a mandate and a big role in the broad spectrum of things we call broader impacts in education, knowledge transfer, and broadening participation. So we have programs in those areas. There are over 100 people involved in various ways, various levels of engagement. And so I guess in some ways it's a microcosm of broader scientific communities that try to be engaged in many different things. Just from the perspective of the IPY, if we are successful in renewing for the next 5 years of Coldex, it ends in 2031. So we also see ourselves as setting the stage for activities in the realm of exploring ice sheet and ice core history beyond that time, quite likely with a number of international partners. So this is the context for my remarks. You can go to the next slide. Now, this session is about human capacity. And I did want to say a quick thing about logistics, and I guess human capacity is part of logistics in some ways. Coldex, like all of our big projects, is relying on very complicated logistics, planes, trains, and automobiles, and as well as stateside facilities that do things like maintain ice cores for 50 and 60 and 70 years so we can study them. Those things are important, and in my view, particularly accessing the interior of the ice sheets is increasingly difficult. And I think that this fundamental problem is something that our community needs to wrestle with. I worry sometimes that we just simply are relying on the aged logistics that we have rather than pushing forward for big improvements, particularly in getting into the interior. But in terms of people, of course, nothing that we do works without all these people. And that's been very evident to me from the beginnings of my career flying around the dry valleys with Navy helicopter pilots in the 1980s. We need scientists and engineers, we need pilots, we need people to move cargo, we need people that keep our samples, we need ice core drillers, we need field guys, camp managers, lab technicians, and so on and so on and so on to make everything work. And there is an acute problem about supporting people in the next few years, perhaps, but then there's also just the longer term problem of maintaining a really highly trained and enthusiastic workforce that is complicated in our system, I think, for a variety of reasons. So I think we do need to pay attention to this as we move forward. The next slide, please. So, this long-term expertise is needed for scientific success, but I think we can also view this, and I think Richard Alley yesterday was sort of alluding to this, that the specialized skill and knowledge and expertise and experience that this workforce needs for science to be successful is also a broader thing about helping build the 21st century American workforce that's prepared to work in the polar regions as those regions change. And this is something we may be able to emphasize. And I think we need to ask ourselves if our current system is really building that reliable long-term human capacity. This picture on the right-hand side was mostly just about, of course, window dressing for my presentation. But when I looked at it, so this is a field team that I was on a couple of years ago, standing on very old ice at the Allen Hills in Antarctica. And if you look at it, there are only two people in this picture who have job security. One of them's me, and the other is a new assistant scientist who maybe has some job security, but still needs to get tenure. Everybody else is a graduate student or a postdoc or a temporary technician or a field guide hired for a season who, it's not clear what their long-term prospects are going to be.
Ed, we have about a minute left.
That's good. We'll be done. this group of people was highly successful. And I think that the fact that we don't have security for folks in our field is potentially a problem for the future. Next slide. So what can we do? Well, this is just throwing spaghetti on the wall ideas. I think we need to identify human capacities that we need. We think about creating ways of keeping people in the field, internships, post-baccalaureate positions. Think about the importance of supporting technical staff, perhaps cross-training with international programs, maybe integrate training and workforce development in science more explicitly in our logistics contracts, and supporting better partnerships between science, logistics, and other services, I think is something to think about. My group has benefited from a program at NSF that supports academic trainees and non-governmental organizations, which I think was a great idea, and that's something that also could be expanded. Mostly, I'm just putting ideas out here because I think this report might be able to come up with some concrete suggestions that would be helpful. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Ed. And what we're going to do is we're going to hold questions. We're going to have the presentations go through, and then we'll have the questions afterward. So we're going to move on to Twyla Moon, and her slide should come up. And Twyla, over to you. So hopefully about 7 to 8 minutes presentation, and then we'll have some questions after.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much. And hi to everyone there. And virtually, it's been really enjoyable to follow along and contribute to the conversation. For a bit of context, my perspective is going to come more from the Arctic side of things, and from work that includes working within the Navigating the New Arctic Community Office, supporting NSF's big NNA program, a lot of work in Greenland and with communities and people and personnel there, et cetera. So they're asked for some key messages. So I just made my key messages into slides. The first is that immediate action is needed. I really am concerned that we could possibly underestimate the amount of damage and destruction that might come to U.S. federal agencies and budgets. Putting those back together is much, much, much harder than pulling them apart. And I think if we want to have a successful US IPY5, we really have to be mindful of some immediate protection of agencies, budgets, and personnel. So that means using the many, many resources that have come together. Save NSF, AGU has wonderful toolkits, Stand Up for Science. I mean, many institutions and universities have them now. There are so many ways to get involved, and I would encourage people to be very mindful to continue to take some of those steps and encourage others to do it. Don't get overwhelmed by all the different things there are to do. Bite off something and complete it, and encourage others to do that. I think the other thing we have to be doing is connecting dots for folks. Letting people know now who are in Congress, who are representatives, who are in your community about how polar places connect to them individually and specifically. I can't, this connecting dots part really has to be done. That message just still is not pervasive enough. And I would really encourage people to be thinking about what new contacts you could make, what parts of your network you might pull on, to also think about other forms of support for protecting people right now. I was meeting with a group of philanthropists last week. One of them really specifically said to me, you have to expose the wound so that we can help. Yes, private money is not going to make up for federal losses, but every increment that we can protect and support and maintain in hopes that there is a future with more redevelopment is of value. Next slide. So develop, maintain, strengthen personal and professional relationships with people and organizations on the ground. I think Hannah Maria will tell us some more about some of those people and organizations on the ground in the Arctic. Of course, that might mean something a little bit different in the Southern Hemisphere. This is often not going to be just, depending on funding and professional projects and sort of professional workspace for maintaining relationships. I thought Oren Young had a great presentation on science diplomacy at ASSW this year, with his 3 main points being that scientists can generate knowledge, deflate myths, and we can maintain communications. Certainly as a Greenland-focused researcher, that's a pretty tough space right now with challenges to U.S.-Greenland relations. And having personal connections that you're maintaining and thinking about the people on the other side and how to support is really important right now. Next slide. Making resources easy to use and finding key folks to disseminate and connect them. Part of having that human capacity is people feeling invested in this, people excited about it happening, people feeling that they're contributing to something valuable, and people on the ground seeing the value. So again, you're connecting dots. I think attention to things like fair data principles, care data principles, the trust principles that apply to data repositories. All of those are tools that are designed to make our science have higher impact and more directly and easily move from research to action. And you can think about many different forms of who are those connectors for our different scientific elements. What does it mean? Maybe it needs to be a science policy brief. Maybe it's about planning tools. And being able to, do something that is a planner or decision maker is using. Maybe it's art and helping people to understand kind of these different connections. So I think that is a really important part of strengthening our human capacity. Next slide. Community requested, or kind of more equal and greater than co-developed, is going to be more likely to have impact and sustained. In this case, I put community in these quotes because it can mean so many different things. And in this context, I want it to mean many different things. You might be talking about a community of residents in the Arctic and, getting together with them to understand the needs that they have and how your science can support it. You might be getting together here in the middle. Ben Hamilton and the folks on the NASA Sea Level Change team did a lot of early pushing and work so that they could form a practitioner consultation board and have input right away from people who would be using tools and using the data to actually inform discussions and make decisions on coasts. And you might be thinking about, what are the tools that you could emphasize in your work or make available in this kind of co-developed community research. So I wanted to shout out to the work of the Navigating the Arctic Observing Systems and Technology Convergence Working Group, which focused on low-cost observing tools, things that could be used for low cost in communities. Next
Lila, 1
slide.
minute.
Yes, that's fine. And finally, prioritizing people and funding the whole team. I think this is really important right now. It's easy to, think of like new tools and et cetera. And I think we have to be a little bit realistic in the US right now about surviving our science, about having the people and the knowledge and the capabilities surviving. I hope that by IPY we get to feel like we can be working on Thrive, but right now we need to be supporting people, and that might be about changing our culture, about sharing information about needs. Scientists don't tend to like telling other scientists that they're low on funding or that they're hurting for being able to stay in their work, and I think that's something we have to work on on in our culture, is a little bit of this additional vulnerability, honesty, working together, moving away from the volunteer model. Sure, maybe there are volunteers because you're working with adventure scientists and they're all about volunteers, or you're engaging volunteer tourists on a boat. But for the most part, we are still overutilizing or wishing to overutilize volunteer capacity for people who are on the ground. And what can we do to create more usable administrative systems? This is a really big challenge for working with people outside of the academic system who might not be used to administrative systems. They have a really high burden, and they can really make it a challenge to sustain relationships for human capacity with those people on the ground. So one last slide that just sums up these items. And notes at the bottom, a lot of stuff is getting ripped up right now. What is it going to mean for us to build back better and have a more impactful IPY5? Maybe the future is something that is truly different than the past, and hopefully we can make that in a good way. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Twyla. So let's move on to Hannah Marie. So 7 to 8 minutes of presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And while you're pulling up your slides, I'll just thank everyone for this opportunity to join this panel. I'm really honored to be here. My name is Hannah Marie Garcia Ladd. I'm Sicangu Lakota of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Hispanic. I'm not originally from the Arctic, but I moved to Alaska 4 years ago. I'm currently calling in from EAC lands in Cordova, Alaska. I'm the director of the Indigenous Sentinels Network. That's a program operated out of the Aleut community of St. Paul Islands tribal government. My background's marine policy, environmental science, social science, and indigenous methodologies. I'm really honored to be speaking to you all about how we can reframe human capacity in polar science. Next slide. I wanted to start with this grounding quote that data is not a foreign concept to the Indigenous world. And I really believe that this quote from Dr. Carroll reminds us how a lot of our Indigenous communities have always been researchers in many ways, not just in the way that we define it today. So when we're thinking about human capacities, also thinking about the capacities that have always existed in our communities, that collecting data through generational knowledge, careful observation, and relational practices has always been part of our living and survival on the land. It's tracking weather, animal patterns, sea ice, and ecosystem change in order to ensure community safety for future generations. And so this is the lens that I come at this work with. Next slide. And so with that framing, I think that's also why I think about how we must also reframe the way we think about capacity as well. Human capacity in polar science, as both Twyla and Ed mentioned, also really focuses on logistics and the people that are often operating in the background from the research. And I think we're getting to this reframing, but we need to really start equitably including those who operate those logistics, live and observe and steward these areas year round. And as I mentioned, Indigenous peoples have always been those researchers. And so capacity sometimes isn't just technical, but it's about the capacity for our communities to have that deep relationship and responsibility that can elevate this work, not just in workforce numbers or numbers of trainings completed, but also in the value in which our research can add to these local communities and our daily lives. And so we must really be asking who is already doing the work of observation and how can we support that? And I appreciate Ed's comments too, is about how can we also bolster our logistics in the technical fields and maybe offer workforce and job training in our communities as well. Next slide. This is not just a plug really for ISN, but this also just gives you more context on where I'm coming at this from and what our network is doing. We began on St. Paul Island 2 decades ago, so starting in the middle of the Bering Sea, and we're now supporting dozens of communities across Alaska in developing their own monitoring programs by providing them tools and resources to do that. For those that are familiar with the Guardians programs in Canada, ISN is very similar. And so our network is really supporting that on the ground observing that's aiming to fill in data gaps across the board. Next slide. And so very briefly, ISN obviously provides access to software. They collect data, the online data collection mobile apps and the community-owned databases. But really, when we think about human capacity, it's that second section on this slide. It's that programmatic support and consulting, really thinking about our projects, not just as how can we develop a tool for our communities to use to collect and share data, but how can we make sure that's sustainable through grant writing, collaboration, and fundraising, science communication, and really thinking about storytelling and the artistry that comes in with some of our projects from our local Indigenous communities actually telling about the data in their own way. And then, of course, that training and education and outreach is really integral to a lot of the work that we're doing and developing training around how to do observing and also how to operate these systems or buy some drones to do monitoring or data collection. And again, that workforce capacity that needs to be involved in this conversation. Next slide. So I think in the context of our human capacities conversation, it really is thinking about how our monitoring efforts and research can't just be about the data or the data platform. It also needs to be scalable and center in communities in polar research. And so with ISN, we don't just engage our communities, we embed and empower them with the tools and the systems that's needed for long-term monitoring. And I think in polar research, we are seeing an uptick in outreach activities and really meaningful collaborations that can also help with our research. And more importantly, I think more often when we see the impacts of climate change, we can think about how one of the avenues for getting people engaged is around safety and logistics. And with Skipper Science Partnership, one of the programs we are part of, we worked recently with the Alaska Ocean Observing Systems to pilot a 2-year monitoring effort on freezing spray. So we engaged local fishermen and commercial fishermen in collecting real-time data and then transferring that data over to the Weather Service to help improve modeling forecasts. So this is just one example around how we can support our monitors not only on collecting data on the land, but maybe thinking about how we can improve them around safety or field technician or analytics, really focusing on multidisciplinary teams. Next slide. And so I always often think about monitoring and research from the importance of stewardship. So monitoring isn't just about data collection, or research can't just be about an end goal or publishing a paper, and that we have to remember that increasing our human capacities, that knowledge exchange can't be just extractive or a transaction of information between our communities and our individuals. It's about really deeply listening, again, going back to our Indigenous core values and really allowing the information in the context of place to alter our perception. And it's about building that relationships not only with our communities, but with the land itself. And so I appreciate Twyla's points too around fostering investment in this work. But I would just also add that it's not just investment or buy-in, but it's about recognizing the responsibility. And so many of our cultural teachings coming from an Indigenous lens is already focused on that. Stewardship is a responsibility, and there needs to be space for our Indigenous communities to see that and practice our cultural values in this work. So that's not just investment, but responsibility, care, and healing involved in this work. Next slide. So I'll begin to wrap up here, but thinking about building infrastructure for equity needs to also be thinking not just about our data platforms. I often come at this from a very technical perspective, building our data platform over the past few years. So I think about virtual infrastructures as well. And so how can we support embedding Indigenous data sovereignty into everything that we're doing, whether that's offering trusted communication channels or thinking about how our data systems can offer tiered access or attribution or connected systems when it comes to sensitive data or knowledge that's coming from some of our traditional knowledge sources. And so thinking about both the physical and technical infrastructure in IPY5 is needed, but also technology transfer and our databases need to also be considered in how we're bolstering local infrastructure as well. Next slide. And so this is my final slide, but in conclusion, I think some opportunities for IPY5 is really to continue to innovate. We are making big strides and we are doing things differently, but continue to move from consultation to co-stewardship and think about interconnected and holistic observation systems and platforms. We must continue to invest in networks like ISN and others that are actively observing, like ALOCA, AOK, and SIKU in the Arctic at least. I'm sure there are others in the Southern Hemisphere as well. And so a lot of our networks already have these relationships and trust and knowledge and logistical infrastructure in place. So how can we continue to support that? And I also think thinking about supporting Indigenous researchers and guardians and community technicians, not just as optional, but really essential in IPY5. So I think to summarize the three main points here are really: one, Indigenous and local monitors are relational scientists, not just participants in research. Two, Indigenous data sovereignty and technology transfer must be embedded into IPY5's planning and implementation. And lastly, three, true capacity building, when we think about our human capacity, means funding workforce training, technology transfer, and investing in our youth and long-term community leadership in this work. Last slide. And then this is just my contact information. Maybe take a screen grab of a smattering of some of my favorite resources around this topic. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Okay, thank you, Hannah Marie, and also thank you to all our speakers today. So what we heard was a common theme of the amount of logistics and support necessary for research operations, the importance of building those diverse networks to enable research operations, and the importance of those networks in ensuring that everybody who's engaged, either in the support, the logistics, the research itself, that there is equity and fairness in that. There's been a lot of work that has gone into working with communities in situ, particularly Indigenous communities, and of course, the establishment of the fair care standards by NSF. So what we also heard was a lot of uncertainty and a lot of tension around situations with respect to maintaining the human capacity we have now. We have a very popular question from Andrew King, and something that's very near to my heart. I had my children quite late, so I have 15-year-old twins who will be graduate students, Andrew, exactly as you say. And his question is that first-year graduate students in 2032 are currently 15-year-olds. So is there a precedent for involving training high school students for the next generation of polar research in time for IPY5? Thoughts on that?
I could jump in if you want somebody to start. You know, I don't know if there's a precedent, but there certainly are programs that we and others have been involved in for interacting with teachers to bring the science into the classrooms. And I think it's certainly one way to think about this, particularly because earth science education is not particularly emphasized at the high school level. So I think that this is clearly one direction to go. Directly engaging high school students is not something our center has done much of. Clearly, there are ways to do that that people have probably studied and know a lot more about than I do in terms of their effectiveness.
I'll note that there are, and I put a link in to reply on that one, there are polar literacy principles. So, you know, for instructors out there, there are kind of guidelines of what you might think about your class or students knowing. And there are a kind of variety of disconnected resources that can be used for polar education at the high school level, but I don't think it's particularly well organized. High school instructors have a lot of pressures, at least in the US, for a whole variety of reasons. So I think it's been a little bit kind of a catch here and catch there, but certainly an area for more mindful attention.
I would just add that agreeing to both Ed and Twyla's points, that I think there's mindful attention. And I was listening in on the previous talk before us too, and I appreciated a lot of the comments around early career. I myself consider myself an early career, and in some ways the on-ramp, even just for me, of knowledge has been pretty steep. And so I do kind of fear for some of our younger youth that are stepping into even more complex systems. But I do think that there are a lot of programs, as Twyla pointed out, and literacy principles that are starting to take this more seriously. I can offer a perspective from a community level as well, that our tribal government as well has been seeing this. And so investing in local youth as well, and not even just kind of lower 48 or central belt colleges, but our tribe has established a research center and has an education campus that has also been working to bring students into the lab. And so anytime that researchers can engage with high school students or spend time in community and offering a talk just about what they're doing, I think we do that a lot with our outreach efforts already, but thinking about that high school level in local areas would also be really important too.
Okay, thanks, you guys. And Madeline is here in the room, and she has a, no, it's actually very important. So, and there's an elephant in the room, and it relates to the networks as we build human capacity. So an unspoken reality in our world is that if you're part of a network, then you have strength. That strength allows you to move through science in ways that are easier. It's hard to break into networks when you don't have either the pedigree or the people who have mentored you in. I broke into networks. This is very near and dear to my heart. So Madeline, if you'd like to open this up, because this has come up every hour in this meeting yesterday.
Yeah, so this comment I made because, so this comment I made was that sometimes it feels like when you're trying to break into these networks that you're not part of because your PhD advisor isn't really engaged in the broader community, or because you don't go to a flagship institution, that it's hard to break in to this community, and the postdocs and students are not part of like planning conversations. And from my point of view, it feels like I've wanted to participate in planning and engaging with these communities, and the doors were closed. And when I got a faculty position, which I started 3 months ago, it feels like everything is different. There's certainly a new level of respect that I'm given that feels like as a postdoctoral researcher, I was doing the same work, I was doing the same science, but the response that I've been getting is just, it's totally different. And it's an experience that seems like it's resonating with people, with all of the thumbs up that have been getting in this case. And I don't want to take too much time because I'm one of those people now who has the voice and has the network. And I just want to remember and keep in mind that there are those people who want to engage that don't know how.
Okay, so let's turn it over to the panel first for that. It's a little bit of an elephant in the room, so let's just hit it bluntly.
Well, I would first comment too. I think this is something really for increased awareness by those who are in permanent positions or in the past this kind of grad student and postdoc time, is that I think that often we create things and we're like, well, it's open. You could volunteer to join, you could submit a comment, something like that. And we feel that just by creating something that is open, that it is somehow welcoming. And that is not true. And I think that that is one of those big things that gets in the way. I mean, you could see, and even in the replies coming from that people who are further along in their career generally actually, at least intellectually, have in their mind that they really value early career perspectives. But we are generally actually doing a very poor job of vocalizing that, explaining how you can interact and work within these systems, encouraging people directly to do it, and following through. So that's a part. I think there are kind of some other elements I would comment on that are much stickier for changing this culture, but I'll leave it at that.
I could weigh in from my perspective on the Science and Technology Center. We have tried pretty hard to engage and involve, what we call the early career group, which is by our definition, mostly graduate students and postdocs, in the activities of the center and in writing our renewal proposal and in planning field work. It feels good, you have to talk to that group to see how they feel about it. I would say that for both groups, the senior folks and the early career folks, it is more work to do this. And so you have to plan for and budget for that additional work. On the early career side, you know, you're doing your research and your work associated with the position, and then you add to that, okay, I need to work on this proposal and work on planning and be involved. And that's, you know, you learn that that's added work. And I think for the senior folks, you have to learn that it's added work to help just explain, you know, the process, the things that need to be done, how to engage effectively. So it has to be built in, I guess, from the beginning.
I will weigh in a little bit, but again, I'm coming from a non-institutional perspective. And so I think I just want to, just think that this is an important discussion and reaffirm that early career researchers are vital. And I don't think anyone in this room ever would think differently. And they're not just the future, but are actively contributing right now. I want to also just maybe pick up on the comment where I heard was like, I want to engage in these networks. And I think I would also just respond that when it comes from trying to engage in local networks and tribal nations, just to appreciate too that we're often getting a request from researchers that are one among maybe 1,000 requests that we're dealing with. And so just keep that in mind if you're trying to engage with local networks, that it does take time as well. And that's also a challenge that I think we need to help our early careers researchers in navigating. Even just as one myself, it's an overwhelming amount of knowledge that you're trying to understand, but also the pressures that are also coming from the community level are also trying to deeply engage across many different industries, not just with the researchers that are trying to ask for attention as well. So I just think these are really important conversations that our communities are navigating in real time, and we are, I think, continuing to have these conversations very bluntly about how we can take better care and teach and on-ramp each other more rapidly, given what we're experiencing will be important going forward.
Okay. Can you guys, there we go. Okay. Don't get old. So the answer, so Madeline, instead of I wouldn't call it a firestorm. I would say that you actually helped us address a number of other issues that are in the questions in there, addressing the idea of early career scientists, early career researchers, as graduate students, as postdocs, also as people trying to break into the field. One of the things I want to pivot to, I'm a systems scientist rather than a disciplinary scientist, so I think in systems. And there's been a number of calls for building human capacity, so beyond even the researchers, the support systems for logistics, and the communities in situ that we work with through something called actionable science. So Martin Jeffries has mentioned this for years. It's the idea of making the relevance of polar research, breaking it out of the relatively exquisite and isolated group that polar scientists are into broader society, so that human capacity extends to support, because quite a few of the comments are, again, that tension and uncertainty about our international collaborations and the funding to sustain polar science. So the question is, and I'm tying through many threads from all the different comments and questions, is how does building a polar actionable science? And I want you to include our agencies, our federal, state agencies, primarily federal agencies that have to operate in the polar regions, into that, to the panel. How does building an actionable science that breaks it outside of these rarefied circles help us build the capacity that feeds back into mitigating the very tensions everybody's feeling right now?
Well, first, I think we have to think about what actionable science means. And I think in many cases, it means creating collaborations that don't sound like the ones that we're currently talking about, to be totally honest. You know, I think back to the NASA Sea Level Change Team's practitioner consultation board, and those people are making decisions specific to sea level rise on a specific coast in a specific town. That's not just about how ice sheets are changing. That's also about vertical local land motion, ocean currents, atmospheric current. You know, there's kind of this integrating with other items that often has to happen, and a localizing. I know there were comments yesterday in Slido about how do we move to being able to have kind of the regional and local information that scale that is needed. And so I think considering what these other collaborations look like, and often it means going back to this kind of new relationship at the onset, so that you're thinking, who is the person or group or organization who would take action with what I'm doing, and how do I talk to them first about how they make their decisions, where their deficiencies are, et cetera. And often it means recognizing that we have to support science, that maybe a discovery part is happening here, and we're still being mindful that we're going to fund past that into making like an operationalizing of a workflow so that it could feed into decisions. So I think there's kind of like these whole other circles that have to happen at the onset and in the follow-up that look different than kind of our most common ways of doing science, if we want to really move towards something that we feel like the data that we're doing is feeding actions outside of the research community.
Okay. Are there any comments on any of this, any of the questions or any of the discussion from within the room?
Oh, cool. Okay. Hi, my name is Jacqueline Veach. I'm from Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, where I'm a postdoctoral fellow. Going back to our discussion on early careers, I think a large strength of early careers is our ability to self-organize. And so if we really want to incorporate long-withstanding early career initiatives into IPY5 planning, leaning on those organizations that already exist like PASECO or APEX, and really intentionally incorporating the priorities from the PECWIS, the Polar Early Career World Summit, where hundreds of early career priorities have been synthesized into a very comprehensive document. I think that is a way to incorporate really intentionally these early career perspectives using organizations that are long withstanding. So my postdoc's only 2 years and then I'm going to move on, but those organizations that have incorporated my ideas will still be there. Not a
Okay.
question, more of a comment, sorry.
I love that as a closing comment, that note of very important, the idea of self-organization, the power in that, the initiative, and then the legacy, right? That what you do doesn't go away. It adds to that body of knowledge. So if you could join me in thanking our absolutely outstanding panelists on this, and we'll go on to the next session. Thanks.
So Mike Hartinger here from Space Science Institute. It's my pleasure to kick off the next panel, which will be strengthening research capacity, building on lessons learned since the last IPY. And it's going to be a really exciting panel with a range of topics. We're going to hear from panelists that describe different types of research campaigns that have been conducted in recent years, including back to the last IPY. That are going to serve as examples as we move towards the next IPY and leading up to it. That'll help us inform future work, not just in the campaigns, but also in terms of data management and how we manage the massive amounts of data that might be collected from these campaigns. The speakers are going to walk through a range of topics, including personnel, researcher training, planning out the campaign, and just what it takes to execute a large scientific campaign with a lot of different stakeholders. They're going to also explore the challenges and needs for maintaining the expertise and building researcher and other personnel capacity to support IPY and poor research more broadly. So I think we're probably going to have more on the theme we heard from the last session on early career researchers. But I also want to, just one quick remark, mention that In this panel, I think we're going to hear more about the non-academic side. I mean, not non-academic, but people that aren't taking the typical academic track to a faculty position. There are all these wide range of other people that we need for IPY, ranging from engineers to technicians and people that are managing databases and programmers. So we'll hear about all of that in this panel, and I'm looking forward to the discussion very much. So we have an excellent set of panelists. I'm just going to kick off with the first one, Matthew Shoup from University of Colorado Boulder, who's here in person. And so we'll have Matthew take it away. And when the panelists who are here in person are done, you're welcome to sit at the table during the panel.
Great. Thank you for having me. Yeah, Matthew Shoup, University of Colorado. And I want to talk about strengthening research capacity through a large international expedition called Mosaic. I hope you've all heard about it. Do we? Okay, very briefly about Mosaic, if you don't know, we took an icebreaker and we froze it in the Arctic sea ice to drift with that sea ice for a year to look at all kinds of processes cutting across the coupled system, largely tied into the causes and consequences of rapidly declining sea ice. We had 20 nations involved in the funding, lots of ships, 400 people went out to the Central Arctic on this icebreaker, about $170 million invested, probably more than that at this point. A big endeavor, really hard to pull off, really international. Lots of great details I'm happy to talk about some other time. I was a co-coordinator of this activity and kind of the chief scientific designer, science plan writer. But we really want to focus on Mosaic as a means for looking at building and sustaining capacity. And so I'll talk about leadership, early career, infrastructure, some cross-disciplinary perspectives. First off, leadership, enabling leadership. We can't really do big science without champions for that science. They do all the dirty work. They have the big vision. They bring people together. They focus on details. This is really essential. We need to cultivate leaders. And leaders need mechanisms for engaging with large communities, for bringing together for broader community involvement. We need training for leadership. We need coordination, travel resources. We need funding. We need to fund our leaders. And we actually didn't have great funding for the early stages of Mosaic and kind of piece together little scraps of funding here and there to do the necessary coordination. That's really hard work. Importantly, it's a barrier for early career people. You can't just donate your time to do big things. So we need to think about how we lead big activities. So early career, we've talked about that a lot. It is essential to integrate early career people into all aspects, leadership being one of the most important, I think. But the design of the science, conducting the field work, of course, doing the synthesis, these are all really important aspects to engage early career perspectives in, because early career people are very adept at some key things like cross-disciplinary research, like building the kinds of products that we need now to cut across our disciplines and synthesizing the work. Within Mosaic, a lot of our synthesis papers right now are led by early career scientists, bringing together large groups of senior scientists to write synthesis papers, for example. Early careers bring, of course, new perspectives and capabilities for some of the new tools that perhaps older scientists are less well suited to. We need to really support early careers in leadership. I think I've mentioned that 3 times now. Let's try to do that. And we need to ensure the safety of early career people. There's a whole movement now to really think about field safety, and that's an important thing that we should talk about. Of course, everyone should be part of that safety. I want to say a few things about large research infrastructure as far as our capacity. Often the foundation and the building block of big science is big infrastructure. It's really important. It's kind of a nucleator for drawing participation in big science activities. So in our example for Mosaic, the ship. Once the ship was paid for, or at least identified and committed, that enabled all kinds of science to get on board. It made it easy, actually, to get that science on board because the ship was already there. Without that, it's a different story. So for IPY, we need early commitments of big resources. That's so important. And I know it's hard to fund it that way, but we need to do that in order to enable some of these bigger structural science activities. And unfortunately, I think the US is a bit of a, has some limited capacity in this regard. We don't have a lot of icebreakers, and I think we don't really manage our big research infrastructure very well. It's a few agencies, it's a few PIs that are always the PIs for a given ship. How can we expand that and be a little broader and more inclusive of other ideas and other leaders in this infrastructure? Observing system development, right? The more detailed infrastructure. We need to think about how we bridge across scales and cross interfaces with our observing technologies. How do we, better create autonomy in our observing systems and networks of observations? We need to fill some critical gaps. I myself do surface energy budget. We don't measure the surface energy budget over the Arctic sea ice very well or over ice sheets. How can we improve on that technology and others? And of course, sustainable power systems is a big part of this, right? As we have more intensive measurement requirements, we need to power those in an autonomous way. Cross-disciplinary. So there's a lot of talk about this. I think it's really essential that we focus more and more on these cross-disciplinary linkages, in part because change itself is cross-disciplinary. And of course, the modeling needs that we have are the couplings in the model that link together different disciplines and different areas. And a lot of the emerging operational and management needs are themselves also cross-disciplinary. So we need to build more observations and synthesis that is oriented in that direction. So let's develop some cross-disciplinary thinking, right? Bringing together disparate people with disparate ideas to amplify the impact of all those collectively. Some of our planning needs to help develop shared science goals, shared science plans, right? You can only do big science if you have a shared vision for what that is. And we need to build the organizational structures to support that, right? Diverse leadership that has these different perspectives and that can engage these different communities. And of course, the funding has to map into that space as well. That's an essential piece. For Mosaic, we had lots of cross-disciplinarity, right? We had activities like what's pictured here, ice coring, where we have physical scientists and biological scientists working together collectively to ensure that they could couple their research together, right? That's essential. Cross-disciplinary observing systems, meeting structures, data products, that's a really important one. How do we package our data together? And synthesis activities. I'll just note that modelers are great at doing cross-disciplinary work. And of course, we also need to reach beyond science. That's a very important link. So I just put up my summary slide here of a lot of these points. I just want to highlight the bottom two here. Open data policies are really important for building big science and engaging more people well beyond the individual activities. For Mosaic, we have a tremendous amount of users that had no part in collecting the data. And I think, to me, that's a success. And if we can do that for IPY, that will make IPY successful. And secondly, I want to one-up or many-up that point that's been brought up a few times about doing things that are uniquely IPY for IPY. We really struggled with this for Mosaic, but you can't have everything. You can't do all things in one campaign. And so we couldn't allow everyone on the ship for Mosaic. And so that's the same thing with IPY. We can't do everything. I know that everyone's science is interesting and important, but how can we prioritize and focus that so that we can really accomplish something meaningful, big, and important? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. So we'll take we're bring in your questions on Slido. Please post them on Slido, and we'll have Q&A at the end of the panel. But now I'd like to welcome our next panelist, Ryan Venturelli from the Colorado School of Mines, who'll be joining us virtually. So please take it away.
All right. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Venturelli, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Geology and Geological Engineering at Colorado School of Mines. I'm an isotope geochemist and a paleoglaciologist, and my work primarily focuses on using subglacial geologic records to reconstruct ice sheet history. And though I'm quite early in my career, I've been really lucky to work on some big Antarctic projects like the International Thwaites Glacier collaboration between the US and the UK, and the SWACE 2C program between New Zealand and the US. And I'm excited to be part of this panel today to talk about the ways that we can leverage all that we have learned from these past projects to ensure greater success in the International Polar Year. Next slide, please. I'm really sorry not to be with you all in person today, this week and next week. I'm in the field here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, teaching the Mines Geology Field Camp. And this is a picture of us from earlier this week. We've spent the last few days mapping glacial deposits, and I'm really hopeful that this exercise will help draw some great young minds to polar research. Some of these students might even be involved in research leading up to IPY, and having an opportunity to get this next generation hooked on paleoglaciology is incredibly fun and incredibly important to me. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I come to this meeting with subglacial geologic records on my mind. I lead the End Glacial and Subglacial Access Working Group as part of the U.S. Ice Drilling Program. And through a workshop that we held last December, our community defined the following as the most important questions for IPY. When was polar ice less extensive in the geologic past, both in Greenland and Antarctica? What environmental conditions supported these smaller than present configurations? And what conditions promote retreat versus partial or full collapse of these ice sheets? Related to this question, over the last few decades or so, we've really come to identify that we need a better grasp on ice sheet and grounding zone variability over a range of timescales. This range of timescales can be from tidal to millennial, and I think that this question really offers an opportunity to dig into ice-ocean interaction through sub-ice drilling transects from ice shelves to grounded ice to really understand the temporal and spatial scale of marine water intrusions underneath marine base portions of the ice sheet. And as we drill holes through ice, we should not only focus on targets that fall under the geology and glaciology umbrellas, but offer an opportunity to understand biologic and biogeochemical variability and evolution in subglacial aquatic systems. Next slide, please. Sub-ice drilling is a really big investment and a big operation, and we'll get the most bang for our buck if we invest in building strong interdisciplinary teams. A really great example of how this has been done in the past is a project that I was very fortunate to be part of, the SALSA project, which stands for Subglacial Antarctic Lake Scientific Access. This was a project that supported scientists in microbiology, geochemistry, geology, geophysics, glaciology, as well as drilling engineers, artists, and support contractors to holistically explore the Antarctic subglacial environment and make transdisciplinary discoveries that were communicated not only through scientific publication, but also to the general public through a full-length documentary. This project was extremely well led, and though I was a student on it, I was supported both by mid-career and senior members of the team, as well as my peers, to really lead a lot of the transdisciplinary science that came out of the samples that we collected from Mercer Subglacial Lake. I believe that this approach to science made it so that I was not only able to develop skills as a scientist and develop kind of everything I needed to lead these projects, but also build capacity for leadership of future projects, like the projects that we'll be pitching for the International Polar Year. And I think that as we look to IPY, we should look to projects like this one as an example. Projects that launch people into roles as leaders in their field. Projects that build our drilling engineering workforce, and projects that launch people who will lead the next generation of big projects. In the same vein, I think it would be wise for us to thoughtfully evaluate projects where things like this didn't happen, where early and mid-career researchers left because they weren't given the space to grow and lead. And I hope that we'll take a thoughtful look into all of the projects that have been done since the last IPY to really identify where we have launched people and where we have lost people. Next slide, please. If we're going to address the questions that I listed earlier, we as the U.S. polar research community really need to invest in sub-ice drilling and observing technology. This work needs to be scalable and modular, with the ability to drill using clean access so that we don't stop at collecting samples that only serve one field. We should achieve these targets through international coordination and collaboration. This means more than memoranda of understanding and joint funding calls, but rather clear plans for leadership structures and accountability with outlines of who is responsible for what and who people can call on when things don't go right. We should target these efforts to explore a range of environments from sub-ice shelf to grounding zone to grounded and subglacial environments over a range of timescales. By understanding variability on the order of tidal to millennial, we can really constrain small-scale variability to large-scale collapse and improve our models that project future sea level rise. And anytime we use all of these resources to drill a hole through ice at the poles, we should not let the science stop there. By leaving long-term observatories behind, like distributed acoustic sensing, ocean moorings, etc., we can ensure sustained scientific discovery and innovation beyond IPY. Next slide, please. US-led subglacial drilling has been enabled by large-scale hot water drilling operations like the one you see on this slide. This drill was developed in a former era of Antarctic science, and we can no longer afford to drill in only places that we can get to safely with overland traverse. We desperately need to develop forward-thinking technology that does not only achieve the goal of the project in front of us or the project it was developed for, but that can be adapted and evolved for future work. And because we don't have this, next slide, please.
Just 1 minute.
Okay, the amount of sub-ice access records that exist pale in comparison to those, for example, that come from the marine realm. We have learned a great deal from marine observations and records, but if we want to conclusively constrain smaller than present ice sheet configurations, we need the ability to drill through ice, and we need to increase these numbers on the left so that they are not so vanishingly small compared to the wealth of data that we have from the marine environment. Next slide, please. So to conclude, IPY5 presents the opportunity to build sub-ice drilling campaigns to address the most exciting scientific targets. This work can't be achieved without our international partners. If we want a seat at the table, we should invest in scalable and modular drilling technology. And these big transdisciplinary collaborations offer an opportunity to build capacity for future leadership in polar research if we approach them thoughtfully. Thank you for letting me speak with you today.
Thank you very much for a wonderful talk. So many lessons learned from both the past two speakers. Next speaker, I'd like to welcome up Catherine Kriglia from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to present here in person. And feel free to join us up here when you're done.
Testing. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Howdy, folks. My name is Catherine Kriglia. I'm a scientific software developer at the MIT Haystack Observatory, and I primarily maintain the Madrigal database. And today I'm here to talk to you all about Madrigal, its applications for polar science and the International Polar Year. Is there? Cool, awesome. Okay, so first and foremost, I'm not sure how many of you actually read the document of the lessons learned from the last International Polar Year, but I want to share a direct quote. In 50 years' time, the data resulting from IPY 2007 to 2008 may be seen as the most important single outcome of the program. This was quoted 20 years ago. 20 years later, it's still absolutely true. So as far as that, what actually makes data last? So some simple things, of course, standardization of naming conventions and data formats, including all documentation about data parameters, units, error bars, and quality flags. These things really make science-ready data. So data that is able to be interpreted. Okay, sorry. Yeah, science-ready data. We all need science-ready data, and it needs to be, it needs to be easily interpretable and as clear as possible. And this data, of course, needs to be stored and backed up, and must be citable to have people refer to it in journal publications. And also, we need user perspectives for how usable is the data. What tools do you need to be able to parse the data? And going forward, as far as databases are concerned, how can you find the data? How can you combine it with other data sources? How can you organize it in the best way possible? And yes, back to the science-ready data. What is the most essential information needed for science users? And how can Madrigal, something like Madrigal, our way of storing and organizing this data, how can lessons from that be useful for the International Polar Year? So Madrigal primarily serves the CEDAR community, which is a research community focusing on coupling, energetics, and dynamics of atmospheric regions, so atmospheric science, of course. We have a broad range of data from both ground and space-based instruments, but of course we don't solely focus on atmospheric science data. We have a huge range of all sorts of data that can be applicable to a wide variety of sciences, including several of the disciplines that you are all affiliated with. Madrigal is open source community resource, has a web-based system capable of managing and serving both archival and real-time data in a variety of formats. The Haystack Observatory Atmospheric Sciences Group is responsible in general for the Madrigal database, and that is supported primarily by NSF.
Summer, we went back through.
Oh. Sorry, what was that?
Um,
All right. Oh, okay. One other thing we try to do is make getting the data into the database as easy as possible for people who produce the data. So we have two main methods for that. You could just send us your data, but of course include documentation so that we can interpret and organize and categorize all of that. Include summary plots so we can have quick snapshots of the data. And the data will then be verified by you after it has been uploaded in Madrigal, and you can choose to send it regularly or in batches. Alternatively, people can set up their own Madrigal sites. We will help, of course, with installation and the creation of these loading programs, but you can control when the data is uploaded and where it is stored. And all of the metadata organizing the data in the back end is automatically backed up to the CEDAR Madrigal site. Oh no, I had a fun video of an all-sky imager, so you can't see any fancy aurora, sorry about that. But we have a huge variety of data, over 200 different instruments. That's about 300 terabytes of data as of now. Some of the data types that folks here would be most interested in are, of course, all-sky imager data, magnetometer data, and potentially the GPS total electron content data, which is used to study HF communications and radio wave propagation. And of course, it's very easy to add new instruments too. So again, we can take any kind of instrument. Oh, there it is. Can't click on it though. So Madrigal is a distributed database, so other people can install their own sites. We have various sites all over the world, and each of them share a central metadata, which is backed up to the CEDAR site. So for example, you could search for TEC data on the ISCAT site, and you'll be automatically redirected to the CEDAR site where it is actually stored. But it's visible and accessible through all these other sites. The metadata model is intended the data model is intended to be self-describing and is organized at the site level, which has many instruments. Associated with those instruments are scientific experiments, and then of course the experiment files associated with those experiments. And it's all intended to be self-describing. Again, you have the definitions, you have the units, you have the quality flags. All of these are absolutely vital to understand what the data means and how accurate it is. We have a few different, oh, thank you. We have a few different methods of accessing Madrigal. You could use the web interface, which is best for discovering different types of data. But we also have 3 different APIs in Python, MATLAB, and IDL, which you can use to create custom download scripts and filter data by desired parameters or even derived parameters. So with that, I'll wrap up here. Thank you all so much for listening, and thank you so much to the organizers of the workshop for supporting early career folks such as myself. My email is there. Please contact me if you have any questions, and I will leave the summary slide up. Yeah, final thoughts. Research campaigns need well-documented, standardized, science-ready data. That data has to be findable, accessible, citable, self-describing, easy to use. We definitely need storage and backups. Those are absolutely essential. We need to make it as easy as possible for people to share their data. That's absolutely important to foster open collaboration and open science. And hopefully, with all that, I hope you get a sense of why Madrigal is a good example of robust technical infrastructure to support IPY5. Thank you all so much.
Yeah. Feel free. Okay. Thank you very much, Catherine, for a wonderful talk. Let's welcome our final panelist to present, Andrew Kliske from the University of Idaho. And I'm actually, okay, you are virtual. It was not clear in the agenda.
Correct.
So please go ahead.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mike. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning and welcome. I'm Andy Kliske, co-director of the University of Idaho Center for Resilient Communities. I also wear the hat of Idaho State EPSCoR Director, the established program to stimulate competitive research. By training, I'm a behavioral geographer, a rather perhaps arcane subdiscipline of human geography, but I am a social scientist by training. I did previously live and work in Alaska and parts of the Arctic for 10 years. Originally, I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand, as you may be able to tell from my voice. I'd like to take just a few minutes to share the role and value of community-based observing systems for IPY5. I'll start with an example of community-based observing, touch on a definition and typology of community-based observing systems, provide a second example, and then touch on some lessons learned through an IPY4 initiated research coordination network that did center on community-based observing. Yesterday in session 1, Robert McCoy touched on the role of community-based observing with the example of the AOK network. You heard Alyssa Alexander highlighting the importance of Indigenous knowledge and observing, particularly with respect to community health. And in the last session, you heard Hannah Marie Ladd highlighting the Indigenous Sentinel network. So I'm going to pick up on these themes and try and draw some of those together. Next slide, please. The Bering Sea subnetwork and its successor, CONUS, the Community Observing Network for Adaptation and Security, was a 10-year campaign that collaboratively developed and run with Aleut International Association, University of Alaska Anchorage, and 8 Aleut Yupik, Siberian Yupik, Chukchi and Kamchatkan communities in and around the Bering Sea. This community-based observing network system, or CBONS, focused on understanding the climate and biological changes both witnessed and observed by Indigenous hunters, fishers, and gatherers, and documenting the impacts of those changes and their consequences on livelihoods of those folk at their local scale. The original 2-year pilot was an IPY4 NSF-funded initiative that supported early career scientists then and community coordinators, and subsequently extended through the NSF Arctic Observing Network program. It was essentially stitched together through 3 different funding programs. Next slide, please. So this BSSN program is an example of a CBONS. So it reports both social and biophysical variables and change by place-based observers. It is co-created by local communities and researchers. It acts as a local scale human sensor array operating at the scale of daily human lives, but can be considered in the broader context of the range of other observing and monitoring systems, some of the ones that you've just heard by the previous speakers and that many of you will be more familiar with. Next slide, please. So community-based observing network systems is one of several community-based observing approaches, along with observer forums. So for example, the Alaskan LEO program, some of you will be familiar with. Citizen science is another approach that probably many, if not all of you are familiar with, for example, Alaska Department of Fish and Game's wildlife program. We have community-based monitoring and then CBONs, which is what I've been speaking to. Each approach on this spectrum or this typology are valid. They have value. They provide important outcomes. They also serve slightly different roles and purposes, but they all represent different strengths on a spectrum of data interoperability versus data accessibility. Next slide, please. A second example is the Department of Homeland Security funded CBON SA, Community-Based Observing Network and System for Situational Awareness. This CBON focused on observation and detection of change in the context of maritime security, search and rescue by local Indigenous observers. It operated in the US, Bering, Chukchi, and part of the Beaufort Seas, and sort of was synchronous, partly dovetailed with other observing networks. So the AOK network, and was occurring at the same time as the Sentinels program that you've heard about. Next slide, please. The CBON SA leveraged digital and near real-time to real-time data logging, uploading, downloading, and sharing across community observers. So this was a CBON that really championed data flow, data management, data delivery in austere environments of the Arctic seas. And we've seen similar advances, for example, in the data management from the Indigenous Sentinel network that Hannah Marie described. Next slide, please. Thank you. Both the practice and the science of community-based observing has been sustained through the Eyes North Research Coordination Network. This is led by Professor Lila Lesser. Eyes North was created from ideas and development work in IPY4 and has continued since then. It's managed to build a strong body of science that now extends beyond the Arctic. Yesterday we heard examples of Arctic-based work in IPY4 that now have legacy elsewhere in the country and in the world. And so in the case of Eyes North, it's been applied to wildfire and drought consequences in communities in the American West, in parts of Oregon, Idaho, and Montana states. Next slide, please. So Eyes North has emphasized the building and highlighting the science for community-based observing that integrates humans, locales, technology with data science, but critically relies on building community relationships and building and maintaining trust. And I think those are some critical takeaways as we go into IPY5 for any community engaged work, work that builds on community observing systems. And so I do believe that community-based observing systems has a very important role to play in IPY5 and look forward to seeing how we can advance that. Kia ora koutou, thank you.
Thank you very much for an excellent talk. And thank you to all the panelists for excellent talks and many great points raised. So we're going to move now to the discussion. And I've been sort of following the Slido, and there's quite a lot of excellent discussion points there. Let me see if I can go through. Let's just start with the top one, and then I have a couple other discussion sections here, and I also want to open it up to the folks in person. But let's start with the top number of likes right now. Okay, yeah, so there's actually two that I'll link together. First, I want to mention Russell Schomburg's and then Timothy Bartolomos, but Russell mentioned, I don't know if it was Matthew or he meant to say Matthew or Mike, but basically made a point about placing early career researchers in high impact roles. And I think many of the panelists did that. And actually that's been coming up quite a lot in the session here. And we will of course be storing all of these examples that you're all putting into the Slido of these excellent examples. But I want to come back to this point about the importance, and many of the panelists, including Matthew and others made this point about putting them into leadership roles. In fact, I think Ryan was actually talking about herself, how she was an example of being in a project that did this. And maybe I'll start by throwing it to the panel. I don't know if Ryan or Matthew, either of you are welcome to respond.
Yeah, sure. First, I'll note that I was early career when starting Mosaic. So one can do big things as an early career scientist. I was, really started thinking about it within about 1 year of getting my PhD. So it's a model. It's not easy. But structurally within Mosaic, what we did is we had different research teams, thematic teams, and then of course we had a lot of field implementation. And intentionally for the field implementation, we had leaders that were early career scientists for these different kind of disciplinary themes that were in the field, at least a mixture of early careers and more senior people, intentionally working together. And those early career people were often the leaders of many senior people across different disciplines, which you can imagine might be a challenge, but we intentionally did that because we thought that it was really essential to elevate those people. And it turns out that those people are going on to be great leaders now, right? So the skills they learned there, the connections they built there are serving them in their future. So to me, that's really important. And any kind of thing we design here is to build key roles that are meaningful roles for early career people.
Thank you. I don't know if Ryan or other panelists want to respond.
I would just quickly add sort of a comment with respect to pursuing community-based work and interdisciplinary work, which I believe interdisciplinary science has a really important role alongside disciplinary. They both go hand in hand. We need both. We increasingly do need those of us that can sort of stretch across different ways of thinking. But it is a constant negotiation. I was early career at the beginning of the work that was highlighted here, and it is a negotiation within your institution if you're a researcher at a university. But it's also there's also important negotiation and listening, working with communities and understanding their needs. And you have to be motivated. You have to push through a whole series of barriers that are there. There's no two ways about that. But I think there's phenomenal rewards if you are prepared to sort of do the hard work that needs to be done. Thank you.
And I guess to add something to this discussion and the discussion going on in Slido is in centering early career folks and thinking about how we retain them, we should be inclusive of what retention means. Retention to me means building capacity for the workforce. And the workforce is not only the academic workforce. But sometimes early career researchers do leave because they were not supported by these big projects. And we should look at those in those instances of where we have pushed people out and where we have not made space for people.
Thank you for excellent comments. And I want to just follow through with that thread from and also into the Slido that there are lots of other examples of the people, the personnel that aren't, academics, are engineers, are programmers. And I just to follow again on Ryan's comment, I wonder if I can open it up to people here in person or Catherine or any other panelists that want to comment on this. Like what are the roles that we need for the projects that are coming towards the next IPY? We've heard about expertise on drilling. We've heard about expertise on building some of the equipment. I see Brittany has her hand up. So please, any examples? Do we have the cube? Okay.
So one of the big gotchas in all of this is how you support people that aren't faculty members, because the standard NSF imaginative process is one PI, one grad student, one instrument to field. But in the reality, everything we build includes multiple engineers who need a job. And so piecing that together over a number of years, we've worked really, really hard to do that, but is incredibly difficult. And the review process, they just look at the cost and say, that seems expensive, which isn't an analysis of the quality or the type or the quantity of the science that's done by projects that include that. A lot of the time, the assumption has been that you go out to an instrument or a company to source an instrument that already exists. For a lot of what we do, there isn't such an instrument. And if we're trying to do frontier work and development, that's not really possible inside a corporate environment the way that we need for custom science. So it actually drives up the cost to partner with commercial organizations. So there's this intermediary where science teams can develop engineering capacity and where universities or research institutions can have that, but they've traditionally not been looked at as part of the funding package. And it makes it really, really difficult for people supporting engineering teams or other types of teams like that, software development, things like that. And that's what's really needed in order to do this frontier work. You can't fund frontier work with a, 1980s budget. And so we need to look at that and look at how that's supported across disciplines, because it's one of the places where, for example, the UK is beating us because they have line items for long-term support staff. I think this also goes to how we support people who are our logistics in the field, is that there are so few permanent staff. There's a loss of institutional memory, and the way that we do the contract for Antarctic support contracts or for Arctic support contracts doesn't take into consideration that. So in the New Zealand program, in the British program, people are seen as assets and they're seen as investments. And in the US program, we're seen as how can we get minimum wage and short-term contracts so that we don't have that. So there's a loss of capacity in many ways by treating that that way. And there's no easy way to fix that in the current funding environment.
Thanks. Any response or any other comments in the audience or in person? I know we still have a bunch of Slido to get to.
I would just add a comment that same issue is just as true for community-based, human-based observing and people, particularly community members. Is how do you sustain and fund those programs? We do have a couple of examples you've heard yesterday and today. AOK is a program that is continuing. It has some longevity. I'd be interested to hear the funding model that they've been able to use. And then the Sentinels program was getting going back when I was starting work in Alaska, and clearly has longevity too, but it's a constant challenge to keep these going, typically stitching different forms of funding, and particularly with community-based work, the key asset you have is trust, and that is difficult to do when you have shorter term funding. Thank you.
Thank you for a great comment. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to just in interest of time to talk about a few other aspects for this panel, but we'll come back. We'll continue this thread for sure about human capacity and impacts on our career. But in the last two presentations, we heard about accessible data, and I'm seeing a couple of questions and comments on Slido about making scientific data sets accessible, relevant, and understandable for different communities. And I think all four of the panelists were kind of coming at that from very different perspectives. I'm remembering one of the diagrams that Andy showed in his talk about the data flow, and also in Catherine's talk. I'm just wondering, when we talk about making scientific data sets accessible, relevant, understandable, what are the roadblocks, or what are the opportunities, and also what are the challenges to do that moving towards IPY 2032? Data storage, data transfer, making data findable, all those kinds of things. Any comments from the panelists?
I can make an initial comment. I think making data bidirectional, so that it's not just collection of data and then it gets stored and sort of ends up in a repository, gets used by scientists, that there's a flow, a reverse flow, so that and a reverse flow that's fairly rapid, not necessarily real time, although that can be phenomenal for observers in communities to see the outcomes, the collated outcomes coming back to them, and some of the digital handheld, and everyone has a handheld now, pretty much. And so, albeit if you're in an Arctic Ocean environment, there are some challenges with upload, but I think that constant reversal bidirectionality of information and summaries really helps.
Yeah, so I guess, was this here? Okay, all right. Yeah, I guess, yeah, one thing with data accessibility that I guess folks haven't or talked quite as much about, or maybe a bit, but people will collect this data and they'll keep it, and it'll be theirs and they know about it. But other people don't, and it might be useful, of course, to other people. So we need to be able to disseminate as much as possible, which is why data centers like Madrigal are so important. And as far as being able to understand the data, a lot of people have their own data standards that are quite different than each other. And for the people collecting the data, it's typically easily understandable by them what the data means because they built the instrument, they installed it, they wrote their own code. But to other people, it might just be a bunch of numbers in an ASCII file. And what does that mean? Are there any quality parameters associated with that? And yeah. Yes.
I think some of the problem here comes from the way that our projects are funded. So our projects are funded for 3 or 5 or whatever amount of years the call is for. And we get to the end and we have a requirement for data. So we put them in a repository kind of haphazardly and move on to our next funded segment. I think we're really going to take data availability and data accessibility seriously. We need to include funding for PIs to invest in putting these data on repositories in a thoughtful way that meets fair data standards, that have actually good metadata so that we aren't ending up with just files of numbers like were just described. And at present, we don't have that. We just have a requirement for our data to be posted somewhere.
Ryan, can you speak closer to the microphone? Sorry, it's coming through faintly.
Sorry, it's
Oh, okay.
windy here.
Oh, no worries.
Okay.
Yeah. We might have maybe we'll come back to you, but I think I'm hearing what you're saying. We need more funding to support that activity, to make the data findable, to make the data more usable and improve the metadata. And yeah, that's a great point. And I'll just pass it to Matt. We'll come back.
One point I'd like to highlight is that so there was the Polar Prediction Project sponsored by WMO. It was a 10-year project, and through that program, a group of modelers and observers worked together to design some consistent data formats. And formats seem like such a simple aspect, but it really makes a difference when you're trying to communicate across big boundaries, like in principle from observers and modelers. And so I think more of that kind of activity of really figuring out how to tailor our data for specific target needs, listening to those needs, those stakeholder objectives, and collectively designing file formats, file methodologies, data methodologies is a really important process, and that will enable the uptake of that data. And importantly, I think it's important as we across disciplines talk about what our needs are, to help map our data into some kind of similar structure so that we can communicate even just across disciplines.
Oh, we have a comment in the room. I don't know if we have the cube. Go back.
Oh, now I can check this thing. Okay, ready?
That woke us up. I just wanted to say individual funding agencies from different nations apply like what Ryan was talking about, or here are your obligations, and this is where you have to put your data. And in the Antarctic context, at least, that's in response to the Antarctic Treaty and making sure that the metadata are available in a central place. There is the Committee of Antarctic Data Managers that are from all of the different Antarctic treaty nations, and they are really enthusiastic to use this IPY to get some coordination between those national repositories and structures. And I think that's going to be a good way of getting all these interdisciplinary ideas and international ideas and getting some cohesion through the international science community.
Another in person?
Yeah, that woke me up. I guess I just wanted to kind of
Oh, sorry, can you
yeah, sorry. I'm Mike Laurenti at Colgate University. So I work mostly in the Arctic, and I wanted to kind of link a few threads here, maybe. Folks who are funded through Arctic polar programs at NSF are required to deposit data in the at the Arctic Data Center. And so this is an issue where, you know, there is an investment in kind of human capacity, right? So there's a team there. They have pretty stringent metadata standards. They are good at dealing with, you know, kind of anywhere from social and behavioral science data to model outputs to field observations to remote sensing data. So I think models for this do exist. But, you know, another elephant in the room that I think we're maybe dancing around a little bit is, you know, they're on a 5-year funding cycle, and they just had half of their 5th year's funding cut. And so, you know, kind of like they provide training to researchers as well. They provide a lot of services that, you know, kind of may not be there. And so we need to kind of, I think about existing, you know, kind of structures for this, and then also what happens when those structures, you know, kind of like may not be available to us. And one other point I wanted to make that kind of linked to a comment that Liz Hoy made in the Slido is that, like, the Arctic Data Center is great for us. But if we're thinking about serving data to community members, to other constituents that we want to involve in this science, it's maybe not so great. I mean, it's nice that you can go on their website and you can see a map and, you know, kind of like, okay, is there data maybe near my community or maybe near my, you know, kind of site of interest? That's maybe a step in the right direction. But it still doesn't mean that that data is going to be, you know, kind of like accessible in a way that's meaningful to community members, to non-scientists. And so I think there are a lot of like really important issues to think about here, just beyond getting data online.
Just have one more point to make, a lesson learned from Mosaic. One thing that was really interesting that we did there was a condition of participation was that you made your data available from the very beginning. Raw data was put on a server that at least everybody that was signed on to the consortium had access to from the beginning. I know that makes a lot of us very nervous, but that kind of thing was a little bit groundbreaking. And of course, you risk misuse of data, but also what you do is you engage broader communities. And I think that that's something that within the IPY structure, it would be very interesting to consider how we do things like that to really engage people very early in the use of data.
Thanks. And I think we have a response by Brittany or a comment, another comment. Go ahead, go for it. Yeah, go for it. We still have time.
One of the things that's been mentioned or kind of alluded to online, but I think as we think about IPY5 and human capacity and how people work in the field, in addition to how we get people to the field is figuring out codes of conduct and understanding the treatment of people across groups, because that really varies strongly. And I know that's been a problem because there's cultural divides across how a lot of this happens and just different norms. And so those are really important when you end up in international places or sharing resources like ships, camps, aircraft, any of that. There's a lot of interactions that are potentially stressful for lots of people in lots of different ways. And so in terms of human capacity, I think having a kind of maybe this is a place where SCAR or someone could lead kind of an international standard on kind of conditions and culture of field camps. And we've seen talk about it in ITGC, but it's never been actionable. And so it's a discussion, but has never really caught on or been applied the way I think it really could be. So it might be something to bring up with a larger group.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I see a lot of panelists agree. So yeah, absolutely. And that I do want to mention that also came up in the Slido, and so it's a great segue into this. I think we should talk about leadership structures and also international, both inside the U.S. and both international, because there are, like you say, there's unique challenges. Did someone else have a comment in the audience or on the panel on this?
I have many comments about this.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, to kind of build on what Brittany said, I do think that some kind of international coordination about what our code of conduct is absolutely critical to carrying out this type of work. But to take that a step further, I think we need to have a clear outline of consequences when that code of conduct is not upheld, because every nation has their own separate version of what harassment is and what misconduct looks like. But if we don't all agree, and I, as a US scientist, am harassed by someone from a different nation, but they don't feel that it is harassment, that can lead to someone like me being lost from the field and that harasser to continue to harass other people. So I think if we are going to be pushed towards international collaboration because the US can't logistically support the type of work we want to do in IPY, we really need to have a clear list of consequences for when this isn't upheld. People need to know that they will be sent home and they will not get funded in the future if they don't behave. And I don't think we have capacity to allow for the consequences to not be that strong anymore.
Thank you. Very, very important comments. And I don't know, thinking about the future of these large projects, and obviously, if any other panelists want to respond, please go ahead. But Brittany mentioned SCAR. Maybe there's an umbrella there to work with. But I'm wondering if anyone has any thoughts in the Arctic context. Are we talking about a completely different framework? Like, what organization might be involved there? Cool. We have a couple of responses.
The American Geophysical Union Code of Scientific Conduct and Ethics is a pretty solid starting point for that. It is an international document. Despite the name, AGU really is an international organization and has a good model for consequences as well. So, that's something that the community could at least a good starting point where a lot of very careful thought has gone into that.
Oh yeah, in the back. First,
my bad.
In the back.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Craig, can you pass it back first, and then to you after?
I'll get to you. Just because I can't avoid following on Peter's comment, is that what's really important about what he just articulated is the standards are out there and the consequences are clear and the community stood up to them.
And we worked on it together.
And we worked on it together, and there are consequences.
It's going to add that a similar exercise has been gone through by the ocean science community in the U.S. For basically issues of harassment, bullying on shipboard expeditions. There's a good deal of documentation out there. It's still a struggle because even in a U.S. expedition, any given science team may be made up of people from multiple institutions. Again, as you said, with different ideas about what consequences should be or what the process should be. And so figuring out how to normalize that is a challenge.
I was told by the NSF that bullying is not illegal, so nothing can be done.
One more comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, it's an enormous problem, and there's so much inconsistency between
field expeditions still, and the ones that are successful, in my view, have been the ones where, despite whatever documents exist outside the field expedition, what the conversations that happen at the beginning of the expedition and throughout the expedition are like where the rubber hits the road. And there's been some really great examples of that, and there's been some really awful examples of that. And so I think, I mean, these are all great points, but we need this expectation setting at all levels, especially like the boots on the ground part before and during. And then obviously the reporting issue that Ryan pointed out has, a lot of room for improvement too.
I'd just like to make a brief comment that we also have to take cultural sensitivity into account here. We had great examples, highly publicized examples in Mosaic of kind of culture clashes where expectations of, in this case, American researchers, which I fully understand, and I think we probably all do in this room, didn't necessarily mesh with our Russian colleagues that were bringing icebreakers to support the mission. And that led to some pretty high profile challenges there that I think both sides are right in some way, but I think it's just a matter of both sides talking to each other and establishing agreements and understandings ahead of time so that we all know what we're getting into and we all know what to expect collectively. And I think that's really important.
Thank you very much. And I think with that,
I'm sorry if I can just add something quickly.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think this discussion is really important. My name is Carlos Moffat. I'm a PI in the Palmer OTR program. I think Ryan's comments here are really critical. I would like to add that, in terms of bullying and misconduct in the field, one of the issues, even without considering the international aspect of this, which is pretty important, there's an uncertainty on who enforces these rules. So there's the funding agency on one end, which has power to change the funding conditions for the person who violates the code of conduct, but they're also the home institutions. And so there's a little bit of passing the buck here about who has to enforce these rules. So things like, this new requirement for a plan for inclusive and safe fieldwork plan. This is progress, and it's good to see. But there's often not a clear enforcement mechanism for violations of the conduct policies, and this is something that, as a community, we should make recommendations, but they really need to go both to the funding agencies and to the home institutions. Otherwise, it's really hard to make progress on this. Thank you. This has been a really great discussion.
Thank you very much. And thanks for jumping in because I couldn't see the raised hand. Excellent comment. It's a great way to close the session. I think we're going to need many more discussions along the lines that we've heard in this panel today on the topic we just heard about, as well as the other topics earlier in the session. But I'm told we have to go to lunch now and continue the conversation over lunch. So I want to just take a time and thank all of the panelists and also all the participants for a wonderful discussion, but especially the panelists for all the wonderful presentations. Thank you so much. And we break for lunch now. We return at 1:15 p.m. for our last interactive activity. So enjoy lunch.
Okay, I am going to hand this off to Jenny now to lead us through what we've all just been talking about.
Do I have to press anything or just talk?
No, just talk. It's off of mute. Yeah.
All right. I'm sure all of you, oh, okay, sorry. I'm sure many of you felt like our group did, that we didn't quite have enough time. But hopefully we can learn what all the other groups talked about here today. So first we'll start with Allison. Is she here? Can you come down and give your summary?
Thank you. So I had the first question, which was key scientific areas where broadening community or public engagement in research would strengthen the science. So a lot of the group's gut reaction was to say everything and all science would benefit but we tried to prioritize and focus. And so we ended up with 11 topics. One was terrestrial research or tidal ecosystems where communities live and are influenced by the processes being studied, water quality, sea level rise, how fast, how extreme, sea ice, species distribution, changes in invasive species, ionosphere, pollution, toxin monitoring, projects that require computer skills for people not in the Arctic that can be engaged in, fisheries, species ID, genetic sorting, documentation, extreme weather event tracking and monitoring, and communities transcribing of historical documents such as ship logs to extract scientific insights. Once we got to the last few groups, we started to talk about how to prioritize or what would be the priorities from that list of 11. And sea level rise rose to the top of that list because even though the communities at the poles are some of the first people to experience that, it really is a global phenomenon and will reach everyone around the globe. And so we can work on using the polar research as an example to engage with others around the entire globe that will eventually feel the impacts of sea level rise. It's important to note that almost every single group had some comment on allowing the communities to give impact on the science that is being prioritized and to really foster that community connection when making decisions on which science should be brought in or conducted there, and also to ask what the concerns are of the community. And then lastly, making the data accessible and creating data products that are usable for the community came up. And I think, at the very end, we did talk about kind of how to make the science more visible and the need for communication and outreach, which I know we've talked a lot, so I won't repeat that, but of course is very important.
Thank you very much. And now I think we'll go to question number 1 online with the amazing Matt Drunkenmiller. I think you're on there. So we mentioned ICARP before a couple of times, the International Conference on Arctic Research Planning. Matt was the ringleader of that, which was held here in March. So if you have any other further questions about that, you can ask Matt. But back to this workshop. Matt, if you could tell us a summary of your breakout group for question number 1, please.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. So yeah, again, we touched on the question of how do we see key areas where broadening community and public engagement research would strengthen science. One of the first comments, and this has built on what's been discussed already throughout the workshop, is in terms of engaging with indigenous communities across the Arctic. That's something that needs to be done very early in the planning phase and be responsive to their questions and priorities thinking forward to IPY. We also discussed the importance of transparent and open communications, but both in terms of how we are communicating our science, but how we are as a broader community also trying to organize around the IPY, acknowledging that most of the IPY planning processes are still getting started, but up to this point, from many people's perspective, haven't been fully open and clear. And so I think that there's areas where we can begin to do better in terms of creating a very open and transparent process. And I think that goes back to some of the discussion before lunch about creating safe spaces and not taking those for granted, that we've already figured it out, because often we haven't. We talked about the importance of encouraging the local to global perspective, and realizing that individuals in the 5 to 19-year-old range, kind of the pre-college age, is really a cross-section of our global society that can be engaged, acknowledging that it takes years to develop this type of skills that can effectively feed into science. And also we talked about the importance of engaging locally on a global scale, thinking about ensuring the use of different languages, considering the inclusion of the third pole within IPY, so not just the Arctic and the Antarctic, but also the high mountain regions. We discussed the importance to spend time thinking about the historical context of IPY. Not only that there are some long-term critical data sets that have been established during and since the last IPYs, but also that there have been institutions involved for a very long time, including UN organizations. And I think the suggestion to focus on the historical context was intended to convey that IPYs truly have been a global endeavor and need to continue at that scale as a global endeavor. We discussed science for decision-making, continuing to engage in our definitions of what science is, what indigenous knowledge is, and how they can come forward to benefit society, how we can live up to principles of open science and data sovereignty. We identified the opportunity and need for public-private partnerships, finding ways for industry and the science community to find shared priorities, to have spaces to brainstorm, and that oftentimes it may not only be about advancing the science, but it could also be about public engagement as well, where those public-private partnerships can bring value. And then we discussed the importance of making IPY popular. So something that is suitable for sharing over social media, TikTok, to make our efforts to advance polar science viral. And along those lines, we talked about the importance of storytelling and the opportunities to engage the arts and not only individual artists, but organizations of artists at the international scale. I'm sure I left something out, but I think that captures the breadth of what we discussed.
Thanks, Matt. I think if we got Taylor Swift to help with IPY, we'd have that problem solved. All right, thanks. And then we'll move on to question 2, where we talked about fostering indigenous and/or community-led science. And I think actually, Robin, I think we'll start with Victoria, if that's okay, since we're online. So Victoria, if you could tell us what you guys talked about.
Hello, everyone. Hope you are having a beautiful Wednesday. We, in our group, talked for the full time and some extra minutes on how we can foster Indigenous and/or community-led science beyond public engagement. How do we empower local voices to shape polar research? As a point of contention, there was a lot put into this question, and I think part of the challenge of fitting all of this into 30 minutes is perhaps Indigenous science and community-led science would have benefited from 2 distinct conversations, because while there's overlap, there's actually some great opportunity to build out concurrent and complementary but separate programs to those 2 things. In the question, we came out with 5 key takeaways. The first is that more than engagement, we need sustained co-development. And that means that that co-development has to happen long before IPY and long after IPY. That co-development is something that requires funding to be available, not just in academic institutions, but for Indigenous-led science in place, as well as community-led science in both the Arctic and in the Antarctic through gateway cities and coastal communities around the Southern Ocean. And finally, that co-development means a true plural knowledge system approach to polar science and not the privileging of a single way of knowing and knowledge base, but a true weaving from start to implementation to evaluation, that is true co-development. And perhaps unlike current 3-year or 5-year grant cycles that don't allow a year 0 or a post year for continued relationship and trust building, that IPY could create that time for longstanding and sustained relationships rather than engagement. The second takeaway focused on the next generation of polar leaders, how community-led science and Indigenous science can ensure that IPY is a multi-generational endeavor, and that it facilitates future leaders to grow in this field, who may be in middle or high school now, but will be active scientists in IPY. And this type of leadership engagement from the youngest members of IPY will require enabling place-based scientific leadership, not just in current academic institutions that are mostly mid-latitude, but ensuring that there are opportunities to not just engage in, but lead science in communities, and that students see a pathway to a more optimistic future in this. And in creating this multi-generational IPY through Indigenous and science, Indigenous and community-led science, to maybe think about how to connect one IPY from the next. There are many people, even on the Zoom, that were part of the last IPY, but how connected
Can you just
are...
quickly wrap it up?
Sure. And the last thing that I will say is moving from just generating knowledge to the co-development of building systems. And one idea around this was a new system for naming topography in Antarctica that comes out of IPY, and what that system might look like if it was built from a plural knowledge approach.
Thank you very much. And Robin. And if those of you don't know, Robin Bell helped to start the last IPY, so it's great to have her here today.
Thanks, Jenny. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so we did the same question, as you probably know, number 2. And so there was some sort of capture of what the state of affairs were in working with currently Indigenous and local communities. There's some models out there. We heard a lot from the Canadian model where there's a very clear structured protocol. And we actually have somebody here from Canada who wants to make sure we're aware that they are moving forward in planning and we have overlapping interests. Remember, we have shared border. And there were also other models like My Deep Sea, My Backyard, and we need to figure out where and capture the successes in this place, in this space, not in this place. There's some problems. Communities are overwhelmed, and even the gatekeepers who've been assigned to be the point of contact are overwhelmed, and there's some overwhelmed confusion. I'll just call it confusion in terms of where communities might even seek funding. So there's and we haven't just gotten there are models, there's some problems, and then there's even the question of there was tension on do we call this the residents of the North or do we actually just point to Indigenous and use the terminology that's on the paper, Indigenous and local community members. So that was brought up as an issue along the way. What now? First and probably foremost is bring the Indigenous and local community members into the planning process and pay them now. You know, that's probably the biggest problem we have right now is we're talking about how to engage people without having them in the room. So as the planning process moves forward, it really should broaden its its membership. We need to clarify the proposal process. We need to make it a norm to ask what Indigenous and local community members need, not us tell them what we think. We're really good at that. 2 more things. Don't worry, almost done. Ensure results reach the community in useful formats and units. You know, so if we do research, I'll just tell a quick story. We once went to a community and found out that, they had never got the depths from one of those big NASA-funded mapping projects around their community. So we got credit for giving them the bathymetry, even though we didn't do it. It was like, wow, it's amazing that somehow stuff that happens doesn't come back to communities, even though it's all they wanted was a piece of paper with the printed contours on it. And how do we enhance the local capacity to lead observations, build instruments, and launch careers? I think that came out as another really strong goal for this effort, is that, you know, it's not just going in and checking the box and saying I worked with somebody, but actually to end up building that capacity in the communities.
Super, thank you very much. Next, we'll have Bill come on down. Who's going to start off our discussion on question number 3. Two of my favorite subjects, actually, international collaboration and early career researchers. Take it away, Bill.
Howdy, thank you. All right, so we got the questions. What's the role of international collaboration? And what mechanisms are in place that can help facilitate career development? So had some fabulous conversations, 3 major outcomes. Use the existing organizations. This would be the SCARS, IASC, APEX, even AGU, EGU. They've got some great fellowships. Just ask Jenny for all the fellowships, she will tell you. And in fact, really necessarily no new organizations are needed, but we just need to really focus those and utilize those organizations, including such ideas as whether it's a clearinghouse, a matchmaking facility to help bring early career researchers and scientists with their international counterparts. There was a call for not too many webinars, thank you, but whatever it takes in order to make this happen. So using these existing organizations, not creating new ones, to do jobs and clearinghouse for opportunities for early career researchers. One caveat to that, if there was an opportunity and somebody had a pot of money to create training institutions that could bring people together in various polar climates, that would be particularly fabulous. There is a U Antarctic, but there's not necessarily a U Antarctica. So different sort of concepts on those ones. Number 2, we've heard this before, but this applies just as much for international as it does for national. Put early career professionals into leadership positions. Deliberately think about how to transfer knowledge from the older community, from the older experts into the younger generations. One way to do that would be what has been the results from IPY4 and how does that potentially create a ground base for IPY5. And then for number 3, last one, recognize and use the existing structures and codes that might be out there, whether it's Inuit or Greenland, whether it is, again, through AGU or other international options. Specifically look to engage with the locals. Again, we've heard this before, but it's always well worth repeating. One aspect to consider, local communities, local indigenous, do they count as early career professionals? And can we count them if we're the ones making the definition? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to the online partners. I believe my favorite limnologist is going to take this one, my neighbor to the north, Tristy from Michigan. If you can tell us what you guys talked about.
Great. Thanks, Jenny. So we, again, just to reiterate, we talked about the role of international collaboration and then mechanisms that might be in place to help facilitate career development and training. So we first had some great conversation around the importance of international collaboration. And kind of reiterating that to people who are in early stages of their career, things like utilizing mentors to introduce them to colleagues. We talked a bit about the benefits of international collaboration. So how we all benefit from having a diversity of thought and perspectives at the table. we discussed how this is even more important perhaps in the current landscape that we're in the US, and how this creates challenges for everyone, but certainly for early career researchers. And so again, utilizing those networks and making connections was something that we thought was really important. I'm trying to look for things that weren't already said. So we had some conversation about potential benefits of actually moving internationally, where that is an option for people. And the reason I wanted to highlight that is that we had conversation around the fact that early career researchers are in many cases already highly qualified members of the scientific community. And so including them in ways that allow them to use their expertise can be really, really important and contribute to an international organization. In our conversation about mechanisms that are in place, we cited very similar organizations to the In the Room group. So we talked about resources that IASC and SCAR have available in terms of fellowships, participating in working groups, and attending meetings. We also discussed the importance of APEX. Thank you, Jenny. And how that was a hugely beneficial organization that came out of previous IPY, and is still serving early career interests now. And we kind of got off on a brainstorming and realized that we collectively know of a lot of resources that are available that can support ECRs in making international connections, both virtually or in person. And we wondered if maybe something that can come out of this IPY planning is compiling a list of those types of resources, if such a list does not already exist. So kind of centralizing that information so that it's easily accessible to everyone. And I think I'll stop there because I think everything else was kind of covered by the In the Room group. Thank you.
That's perfect timing. Thank you very much, Tristy. And I think now we'll move on to question number 4. And I think we'll go to Christina, since we're online here. If you can tell us a little bit about what you discussed on the lessons learned from campaigns.
Sure, thanks very much. I do want to preface this by saying that although I think we had some good discussions in this, I really don't think that we got to the bottom of either of these questions, and further discussion is absolutely warranted. So we sort of looked at this as broken up into 2 questions. 4.1, as it were, how can the lessons learned from the campaigns discussed or other campaigns be addressed to strengthen human capacity and collaboration moving forward? And the big theme that came up in this one was issues of conduct and reporting practices. We note that cultural differences are inherent in any international collaboration. This was a point that was made earlier today, but it still is needed to make sure that those codes of conduct can be harmonized. And to the greatest extent possible, we should figure that out in advance. Obviously, there are limits to how much you can figure out in advance. And where problems will arise will be associated with power relationships. We should also consider that structures, conduct and reporting structures can be used to skirt accountability rather than address it. Something that's used to prevent bullying can be used to bully through process as punishment, for example. And that's something to be mindful of. We talked about the value of having someone there as an ombudsperson for these sorts of scenarios. I will say that this is a job for people who are experts in this field, and that is not me. But I do think that in a report, this should absolutely be something that's prioritized, because I think that it's going to be a central issue for the polar research community, and we should address it as well as we can. Lessons learned from campaigns is itself a wide ambit. We only had a subset of people in the room. And that too could include a more extensive inventory process. But that was the main thing we talked about in that question. Question 4.2, are there other personnel capacity and or required skill sets that are needed to support or enable IPY5 that have not yet been discussed? So again, this is a question that's difficult, if not impossible, to answer completely because we are not a complete representative sample, right? We don't know who's not in the room with us. But a big theme that came up here was the theme of early career voices, which also came up, I would argue, incompletely in discussion earlier today. This was a discussion on Slido before lunch. It came up in our room as well. Part of what makes this conversation difficult to my eye is that it encompasses such a wide range of experiences. One thing that I really bristle at is seeing, you know, students and postdocs being described in one group, which, you know, when I see these as two different populations. But one of the things that came out of our discussion is that, in some places, that's a very logical, grouping to make. And elsewhere, it's postdocs and postdocs, right? Postdoc can mean so many different things. Some postdoctoral experiences are excellent, well mentored. You're getting to go through and put together grants, and other ones are not well structured. And I think that this is a problem that's very pervasive in academia that is going to be an endemic issue for this next generation of polar researchers we keep talking about. And we will need to address that one as a community as well. There was some discussion of sort of how the early career, I love the comment earlier about widening the definition of early career since we get to decide what it is for these purposes. The braided river career model where you have the, intersections with other disciplines and people who come into academia, leave academia, come back, being able to draw on those experiences and to allow science to flow out and in, rather than sort of arbitrarily damming that up and keeping people from having a free flow of ideas. Other discussions, the need for a transparent structure to coordinate, encourage, and formalize international collaboration. There were a couple of specific suggestions for this captured in the Padlet. Maximization of fieldwork opportunities is critical and should absolutely be highlighted for skill development. With the current landscape of funding cuts in the United States, we anticipate that a lot of this research will flow from individual collaborations that begin as personal relationships and then become formalized. And one suggestion that was made that I think would be particularly valuable, especially with regard to this early career thing, is formalizing support through IPY5 for community coordinating roles for people who will be in charge of considering and managing these on an ongoing basis. So thank you everyone for the discussion, and I'll reiterate, these are big questions. They absolutely require more time and thought. I think that this is a good subset of things, but I would not say that this is a complete list in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. I hated to cut you off because that was some really interesting and new kind of stuff. So thank you very much. And now my fellow committee member, Brittany, if you'd like to wrap this up.
Why, thank you. Bringing it home, everybody. So I just kind of tried to identify some key themes that came up in all four of the groups. The first one being keeping people in the field. I think not just the physical field, but actually like in polar science. So a couple of things that were mentioned along those lines, which is soft skills development. So the types of team management skills and training programs for PIs, team members, and potentially new people. That could be potentially part of a clearinghouse of resources, lessons learned from past projects for smaller projects and new investigators, so that we have this IPY5 might be very focused on a couple of large programs, but ways for smaller programs and people to join that process. Ways of defining the performance period and incorporating tail end funding so that we can process data and make sure that there's pathways to get that analysis done. And a more inclusive approach to field physical qualifications, which is a global issue, not just in the United States. Ranges of skills. One of the things that was mentioned was that we need to lower the barrier for funding of instrumentation, engineering, and partnerships that allow for innovation, new developments, and new techniques. And retaining those personnel and keeping expertise, not just in science, but technicians, logistics personnel, engineering, and pipelines that exist for keeping that capacity. A really cool thing that came through here, and then we kind of picked it up at in each group, was this idea that maybe we could create an IPY5 like program inclusion or endorsement program that would be like perhaps SCAR or an agency could say, here's what an IPY5 program agrees to do. And then any program funded during this period of time could say, we've met the IPY5 endorsement structure or program requirements for an IPY5 program. What that could do is that it would help meet criteria, so minimums for conduct or data processing or goals in order to be considered. It would allow people to be visible and participate who aren't PIs in the larger projects or who feel outside of the community. Might be a way to get more safety training and resources to field personnel and inroads for those not already to participate. An idea about providing some recipes or some training on previous successful programs. So lessons learned distributing to the community. And Terry mentioned that there's a National Academy study on lessons learned from IPY4, which we haven't even brought up here at this workshop. So we should probably all go back and look at that. And then finally, improvements to logistics and feedback. So flexibility to engage with polar infrastructure networks. So ways of sharing or pooling resources are identifying like empty seats, empty berths, empty beds that might be used by international groups. Outbriefs coming back as a part of field program review that can be a feedback for scientists into that. And then putting scientists in the logistics loop to prevent early stage bad planning that then propagates downstream and becomes ITGC. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I just want to thank all of our moderators. Just to wrap things up a little bit. So I think some of the things that I picked out from this, I think we need to have some better messaging for the IPY5. Better communication, I think, was sorry, brain problems sometimes, was managed a few times. Money and capacity, of course, is very important. I think I heard year zero funding, which was a term I hadn't heard before, which I thought was interesting. I know in a couple groups they said to write a paper on what's needed for IPY5 and what happened during IPY4. So connecting the different IPYs would be important. A need for a recipe or a plan for how to do big international expeditions would also be helpful. And then the suggestion was made to create a big list of what kind of international exchanges and opportunities that there are. And I think that would be particularly helpful for this point in time, because I know there are many countries who are ready to invite American scientists to come and spend some time with them during this particularly challenging time. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who participated in this session, and again to the moderators. And I believe now we have a break, correct? A 10-minute break. Okay, so enjoy your coffee.
Welcome to panel 6, International Coordination and Collaboration, Moving the Science Forward for IPY5. Before we get into panel 6, we just wanted to show this slide again for those of y'all that missed it yesterday. It's worth repeating. This is the concept note for IPY5 put out by IASC and SCAR. Just to call your attention to the ICARP process, the decadal process, where we are now, they're completing their prioritization setting decadal process, and we'll be moving into the next decade where IPY5 will occur. So this is an opportunity to add to that, perhaps, turbocharge the existing priorities with some more IPY5 priorities. And so with that, let's go into panel 6. Just to sort of motivate it, I just wanted to say, we all know we live at a time when risks from climate change are interconnected to vulnerabilities through multiple physical and economic channels around the world. Polar research presents obvious opportunities to form impactful, high-profile collaborations to address several of those important challenges. More than 30 nations conduct Arctic research, and the Antarctic Treaty, signed by 58 countries, enshrines peaceful scientific collaboration at the heart of Antarctic governance. International cooperation has been central to polar science since at least the first IPY over 140 years ago. With the obvious value of international cooperation comes often complex and challenging processes related to funding and supporting research across multiple countries, resulting in many partnerships being navigated informally, something that's been brought up multiple times already. Limited structured facilitation can stunt the growth of new collaborations and present barriers to early career researchers, an issue that will only become more urgent as polar research becomes more interdisciplinary. There are instruments like lead agency agreements that can address part of that challenge, and planning for IPY5 presents an opportunity to think ambitiously about how we can expand our approach to working internationally to support our researchers and advance the scientific understanding and predictive capacity we urgently need. Despite any limitations we currently have, polar scientists continue to creatively build and sustain international collaborations. Yesterday, we heard about the successful Pan-Arctic Distributed Biological Observatory, the Arctic Synoptic Survey, ARGO, and PolNet. We've heard more great examples earlier today. This session will explore past, present, and emerging partnerships, highlighting lessons learned and considering how we can lower barriers and expand access, especially for early career researchers who will lead the next IPY. For this session, the first speaker will be Julia Wellner. You going to change so her slides? Okay, thanks. Julia Wellner is a professor in Earth and Atmospheric Sciences at the University of Houston. She is a marine geologist working primarily in sedimentology and geomorphology. She has worked along the West Antarctic margin with 13 field expeditions, studying ice sheet history and processes. She also works on the Texas shoreline, studying coastal and coastal community responses to sea level rise. Julia, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for the introduction and especially for the invitation to give this presentation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. As we've heard for a day and a half now, talking about the future right now is tough. It's especially hard, I think, to think about building new partnerships when we don't know exactly what we are going to be able to do. But I'm going to try to stick to my assignment and see what we can share. Next slide, please. So there are a whole lot of ways to study ice sheets. This is, of course, just a component of studying polar systems. But I am going to focus on the Antarctic and on what it's like to do field work and how we build field collaborations. Next slide. So the first example I'm going to give is from IPY4, and it's going to focus on a project that was studying the Larsen Ice Shelf. And so I just wanted to start with this map because some of you might not be familiar where the Larsen is on the Antarctic Peninsula in the northwestern Weddell Sea. At IPY4 timeline, Larsen B was a big deal. It might not be now, but a couple decades ago, there was a lot of interest in thinking about the Larsen, where the Larsen B ice shelf had a dramatic breakup in 2002, which is shown in the colored lines representing the margin retreat of that floating ice shelf. Next slide. And so I was lucky enough to be a part of a IPY project called Larissa, which stood for Larsen Ice Shelf System Antarctica. And because we're talking about collaborations as well as bringing new people in, I want to emphasize that I was a postdoc when this project was starting, and I was invited by the lead PIs to join as a co-PI. It was my first project, and so it really launched what I've been able to do since then. And so I consider IPY4, as well as just the invitation from lead PIs, to be a critical part of what has made my career I hoped the next one I can do the same for others. The Larissa project mainly used ships and helicopters to study a range of processes happening in the Larsen area and the Antarctic Peninsula in general. There were 3 separate proposals for marine and quaternary geology, so both onshore and offshore, glaciology and oceanography, and a 3rd proposal for marine microbiology. As with any large project, there were attempts to synthesize all of this work into one, and that's what's shown in this figure. We went from 3 projects into 4 sort of disciplinary areas, thinking about climate and climate history, glaciers, sediments, and ecosystems. Next slide. And so this is the first example that I'm showing to try to emphasize different ways that international collaborations can be built. So in this example, there were 3 different projects, each with a group of lead PIs and co-PIs, funded by NSF. And these 3 projects independently built collaborations with COPRI, which later dramatically expanded what the project was able to do. But I emphasize that the NSF funding came first, and then the international collaboration was able to expand that, but was not necessarily part of the initial agreements. Next slide. So now I want to talk about a different model for international collaboration. And this is the International Thwaites Glacier Collaboration, or ITGC, which you have heard about at least once today. ITGC is built of 8 individual science projects that are shown in various places around the schematic, trying to show where each project is focused. And then there's also a coordination office that was funded to link each of those projects together. Next slide, please. Another way to think about how those 8 projects are connected is this diagram. I'm not really a fan of it, but it does pretty clearly show you how the 8 projects are focused, with process-oriented projects at the top, modeling, and then the 2 projects which are related to historical context at the bottom there. I am a member of THOR, which stands for the Thwaites Offshore Research. And so that's just the example that I'm going to use for you now, but it's one of these 8 projects. Next slide. So THOR has a range of PIs, both from US universities and from the British Antarctic Survey, as well as from Cardiff University. Next slide. THOR, as part of ITGC, was funded by a direct US-UK partnership. And so all of ITGC, unlike the example I gave first, this was built through NSF and NERC, which is the UK equivalent, funding agreement, where each project was required to have approximately 50-50 balance between the US and UK. Additional partners were added to ITGC, including COPRI, researchers from Sweden and Germany, each of which added scientists, funding, and field resources that were able to expand even further what was begun with the US-UK partnership. I know it was held up as an example earlier today about some projects that didn't necessarily work. I just want to emphasize that components of it worked very well as well. I think that from the marine side, we were able to achieve many things without as many management issues that may have been faced elsewhere. So I just want to hold up that ITGC is a very large program, and components of it worked very efficiently. Next slide, please. So the third
Julia?
example, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
If you could just wrap it up.
Yep.
that would-
Next slide. There's also lead agency agreements where you can just build your own and start from scratch. This is just one example from the NSF webpage. Next slide. Please don't forget to involve SCAR. You know, the US is having this first workshop in the context of a lot of things that are already going on. So don't forget SCAR. Next slide. But I do want to say that studies of the ice-ocean boundary, which we all agree is important, require getting to the ice-ocean boundary. Repositories can be a good resource when field access is not available. Next slide. But the field is changing very quickly. This is just a figure showing where once there was on-ice radar, we now have ship access. And if the area is changing so rapidly, we need to keep returning. We can't just rely on those repositories. Last slide, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. As with the other sessions, we'll hold the questions for the panel part of this session. Great. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Allison Cusick. Allison is a postdoctoral scholar at UC San Diego's Scripps Institution of Oceanography. She studies phytoplankton in polar fjords and manages the citizen science project Fjord Phyto, engaging travelers to Antarctica in cutting-edge polar research. These crowdsourced samples have enabled otherwise impossible insights into seasonal changes to phytoplankton along the Antarctic Peninsula and the influences of meltwater on the base of Antarctica's food web. Allison has conducted fieldwork in Antarctica numerous times since 2013. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you, Jamin. Hello, everyone. I also am sorry I cannot be there in person and honored to have been invited to be on this panel. We were posed with many questions to answer and think about, and so I'm hoping to share with you guys my perspective of what I've been focusing on the last 8 years, which was through my PhD work, which I just completed at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. And also talk about how I see it in the context of what I've thought about myself as an early career researcher, even before I went to grad school. So my first time down to Antarctica, next slide, please, was with the the US National Science Foundation program to go in the Ross Sea for 53 days back in 2013. And this was I was back then a technician working in a lab with Dr. Monica Oriana up at the Institute for Systems Biology up in Seattle. And so as a technician being invited to go down to Antarctica to work on this ship, I had no training in oceanography. I had never been at sea before. And here I am going for 53 days to try to absorb everything I could from the science team on the ship. And this completely changed the trajectory of my scientific career. I landed and thought, I want to dedicate my career to polar research because I feel like an astronaut on another planet. And the chief scientist on board was giving his graduate students lessons in oceanography. And this was the first time I even learned about the ocean conveyor belt. I had no prior idea about currents and the ocean conveyor belt. And so my mind was just blown. And this was my kind of entry into the polar world, and then trying to figure out how could I keep coming back. I'm one of those scientists who really subscribes to needing to be in the field and the importance of understanding the natural world by making observations in the natural world. So for me, that was one of my motivations. And I also learned while I was there this contrast between research dedicated to the Antarctic, but also tourism. And I like outreach and bringing people along with me in the science I'm doing. And so for me, I had this part of my brain that really wanted to connect with the tourism sector someday. I also am an avid traveler, even with our issues with climate change. I am sorry. Next slide. So this kind of led me to think about going back to graduate school, or going back to school, to graduate school. And I ended up at Scripps in a master's program. And during that 1 year, conceptualized with Dr. Maria Vernay at Scripps, building this program kind of based off this Fjord Eco project in Anvord Bay. So how could we understand more fjord systems maybe it could be in partnership with the tour industry. You know, I asked ComNap what the number of National Antarctic Program staff would be, and it's around 10,000 individuals every year or summer, sorry. Whereas in the private sector travel, you have 122,000 individuals visiting. And in the private sector industries, there's 62 expedition vessels, and I know the US is going down to 1 research vessel. And so in 2016, this is when we really used the federal sourcing and citizen science toolkits that were available, and building out this idea of how we could do the science, but also in collaboration with tour expedition ships. And back when I started, there were only 47,000 annual visitors. So there's been a huge amount of growth, especially since the pandemic. And just to say, what is citizen science? There's other words for it: participatory science, community science, crowdsourced science. It's basically the practice of engaging the public in the scientific project that produces reliable data and information usable by scientists, that's open to the same system of peer review, and it applies to the conventions of science. So in thinking about this, we've thought about how to acquire funding as well. And all the federal agencies back in 2016 announced they had special pockets of money for NSF's PP, public participation in STEM research. Also NASA's citizen science for the Earth Systems program is how we've been funded for the last 4 years. NASA has early career seed grants called SCOPE grants that have helped me develop as a PI. As an early career stage. And then also our international colleagues have their support through their international funding. This is in this case with Argentina. And then the tour industry and SCAR have also provided fellowships to help grow. Next slide. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. This is what I just talked about. One more slide. So over the 8 years, we've now collaborated with 16 different operators that go to the Antarctic Peninsula primarily. This has included over 24 vessels. We've had to get to know the logistics of each of these different vessels and how they work, and work with the teams on board and the expedition team. We train and provide online and in-person training so that they feel competent and confident to be able to facilitate and represent the science and the scientist team with the travelers that are coming and going for shorter duration trips. Next slide. Over those years, we've engaged over 10,000 travelers, and these people have life-changing moments. Sometimes it's one of the favorite things they've done is being able to help contribute to the science. We just published a paper looking at some initial results from the first years of this program, and we have over 300 new surveys we're currently analyzing with a master's student now, to look at and collaborate with other social scientists on people's reflections on being able to contribute to this while on vacation. So I think of this as being able to have a broader impact with reaching a community that's basically a floating immersive environment classroom. And they go back home and talk about their experience, and they share with their networks. And this is kind of the concept of Antarctic ambassadorship, and what can we help provide them to be able to talk about what they experience and why Antarctica matters. Because if you're not traveling down there, you might not realize why it matters to your daily life back home. And so there's a lot of really strong engagement that happens with this element of the doing science in Antarctica through collaboration with the tour vessels. Next slide.
And Allison, that's a 1-minute warning.
Okay, thank you. So we've over time, each time the ship repeatedly visits these locations, every November through March, we get a really nice time series covering November through that March time span, so we can supplement what national research programs are able to do in those single locations where the stations are. In addition, we're covering more monthly scale. So where we have the long-term ecological research program focused in the midsummer, we can kind of supplement all these other little short time window vessel voyages that go along and cover more spatially more sites along the peninsula, from all the way to Marguerite Bay to the northern end, and now around into the eastern side of the peninsula. Next slide. So I've been excited to be getting involved, and I know that APEX and PSECO have been doing a lot of work. I first heard about the International Polar Year actually in Pucón, Chile at the SCAR conference, and then went to the Boulder, Colorado summit for early career scientists to really be thinking about these priorities. And we've synthesized things. So if you scan that QR code as an early career scientist, you can contribute your thoughts of what you might think is important during this in the next 8 years. And the final slide. Whoop, I just had my own timer. So thank you. I just want to summarize with we need champions to lead initiatives. Training is super important, even regardless of being connected to an institution in a lab, for you never know who's going to be inspired to be the next Antarctic or polar scientist. Also providing fellowships with shorter durations. So even 3 months, you can do a lot with a short fellowship. And increasing sampling effort for successive seasons, since we know these polar regions are so dynamic every year. Thank you. If you want to get in touch, please reach out and I'll see you in the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Allison. We know you're traveling overseas right now, so thanks for tuning in anyway. Really appreciate that.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Our next speaker is in person, Dr. Andrew Luke King. Andrew is a senior scientist and department head of oceanography at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. He holds a PhD in, bless you. He holds a PhD in chemical oceanography with a scientific background in marine biogeochemistry and ocean acidification. He spent the first 15 years of his research career in the US and the last 10 years in the Norwegian European Union research community. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Jamin. I'm happy to be here. I think maybe the organizers thought I would give mainly the Norwegian perspective, but as Jamin said, I'm a US citizen and I've spent time in both the US and in Norway. So I kind of wear two hats. Norway is also an associate country with the European Union, and so therefore we participate in EU research. So I kind of wear that third cap here. So I'll try to give that perspective and maybe play a bit of an ambassador role. I did recognize that several speakers and people that I've met at this workshop are in places that they're not originally from. So I encourage those people to continue as ambassadors as well for this IPY5 planning, because I think it's a really important role to play. So to begin with, I've done research on both poles. I started my career down here in the Antarctic, together with the Palmer LTER program that was partially mentioned by Allison in the last talk. I was an NSF REU at the time. I published 3 papers, including one first author paper. Those are my first 3 papers. And then I continued to do my PhD in mid-latitude, upwelling area, boring. And then lately in Norway, in the last 10 years, I started doing more work in the Arctic, especially in the Norwegian Arctic here, and then more recently in the Canadian Arctic. My main research interests are related to climate change and ocean acidification and impacts on primary production, nutrient biogeochemistry, and trace elements. I've also recently started using ocean observing systems and other technologies in addition to research cruises. So then next slide, please. Or should I control it? Okay. So one such ocean observing platform that I've been employing lately are called ships of opportunity. So we use these ships similar to the last, to Allison's example, but we use passenger vessels or cruise ships or cargo ships, and we equip them with sensors that we call ferry boxes. So they pump seawater in, and we can measure a variety of EOVs. We can take samples for microplastics, for pollutants, for eDNA. On the deck, we have above water instruments like MET stations and radiometers for looking up and down for irradiance and reflectance. We also use a lot of the data to calibrate and validate remote sensing products. And also we have an uplink via satellite, so we can see data being collected and data can be sent near real time for use both by scientists and by the public. And then finally, we do engage in ocean literacy and ocean and citizen science activities. And this is an example of a touchscreen platform where data from ships are displayed for passengers that are on the ships. So it's only logical because there are so many people on these ships that they are engaged, and we try to make that connection. That particular ship is one of many ships in what we call NORSUP. That's the Norwegian Ships of Opportunity program. It's a Research Council of Norway funded research infrastructure. And most relevant for IPY5, of course, are the Arctic observations in the north, where we have a cargo ship going to Svalbard. And then we have some coastal steamers that operate in coastal Arctic Norway. I forgot to mention earlier that Norway is an Arctic nation and a polar nation. So there's a lot of interest and there's a lot of history and tradition in polar exploration and polar sciences. So Norway is planning to be a very big player in the next 10 years. One other aspect too for many of these ships is that they operate in these regions that are socioeconomically important because they are along coast areas where a lot of coastal activities like aquaculture are happening, where people are interacting with the ocean in terms of fisheries, leisure in some cases, and various other activities. I also want to highlight that our ferry boxes, as well as other ocean observing platforms, are part of the EUROGOOS organization, which is a regional alliance of GOOS. And within GOOS, there's also Arctic-ROOS, which is the Arctic Global Ocean Observing System, which is one of many acronyms that I'll have on my last slide that will have a role to play, I believe, in the coming years. I also wanted to highlight that in addition to the coastal Arctic Norway observations, as I mentioned earlier, we have recently started doing observations and work related to land-ocean connectivity and sea ice melt influences on primary productivity in the Canadian Arctic. These cruise ships do 2 cross Canadian Arctic transects per year. And then on actually one of the ships that Allison showed in her last presentation, we also have instrumentation on ships that do crossings to the Antarctic Peninsula. And this constitutes about 10 crossings per year per ship. So this gives us a very rich data set in terms of space and time going across. For a lot of these cruise ships that stop and go in different places, you can also go out and do CTD cast or take other specialized measurements away from the ship, which is also kind of neat. So I wanted to end the presentation with sort of this Norwegian European perspective in terms of funding and coordination bodies. So the Research Council of Norway is kind of the equivalent of NSF. So they fund a lot of basic science research as well as research, kind of longer term research infrastructures like NORSUP. There's also the ICOS research infrastructure that measures CO2 that has some Arctic stations. We also have the Environment Agency, which is the equivalent of EPA, and they have some remit, especially in coastal areas in the Arctic, in terms of water quality and environmental impacts. We have 2 national research institutes, the kind of NOAA equivalent, IMR, and MPI, the Norwegian Polar Institute, which doesn't really have a similar organization here in the US, but they have research vessels that can go into the Arctic and into the Southern Ocean. From the European perspective, there's various acronyms, as I mentioned. I won't go into all of them, but I do want to highlight the ESFRI program, which is an EU-supported one called the European Strategy Forum for Research Infrastructures. And one of the nice things about ESFRI is that there are these sustained funding models for making observations or carrying out research. I just want to finish by, going over a few mobility-related early career research opportunities for those who are interested in the next years. I couldn't find any polar-related ones, but there are various mobility funding opportunities at the Research Council of Norway, postdoc opportunities with the Marie Curie actions. Anyone can apply for these ERC starting grants, including US citizens. And then there's various what we call access programs where people can get funding for supporting research regardless of career stage. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Our next speaker and panelist is Dr. Wansong Lee. Dr. Lee is a principal research scientist in the Division of Glacier and Earth Sciences at the Korea Polar Research Institute, specializing in geophysics, seismology, and ice sheet dynamics. Since 2006, he has led Antarctic expeditions, notably the Lioness and KNOW projects, which seek to investigate the stability and vulnerability of glaciers and their impact on sea level rise. Welcome, Wansong.
Oh, yeah, thank you for the introduction, Jamie. I'm sorry, I can not be the person here in Korea. It's about like 4 a.m. You know, like almost many things I prepared already covered by the panelists, and I'm gonna give some provide some slides to address to answer some questions already raised by probably member here. Next slide. Yep, I've just like listed some of questions raised, and then I'm gonna give some specific examples how to address those questions. The first thing is that how do we develop internationally coordinated research questions, something like that. And next slide. Yeah, so normally we start with discussion, how do we develop some kind of decent scientific questions, and then we start with normally some already established scientific questions. For example, Scott Hart and Scan developed back in 2014, something like that, and then they did some expert survey and came up with 80 decent and then excellent science questions, and it categorized by about like 6 priorities to approach for the next decades. And then we normally just kind of refer to those scientific questions, and then we modify and we identify another opportunities to make it forward. Next slide. And there are some kind of the models to work together. For example, already Julia mentioned that the ITGC is a really successful model to move forward kind of bilateral international collaboration led by US and UK and some other countries, including ourselves, to contribute to this kind of international collaboration. And another one, model is to like make that happen is that the Horizon European funding is that the called Ocean Ice model project is that there are more than 5, 6, I don't know like how many countries involved, but there are multiple countries contribute to this research activities. And then I would say that the even though a bilateral collaboration is really strong and then a successful model, but considering really unstable kind of international kind of the conditions in the war, even politics, makes us be really unpredictable in the future. So to mitigate some sort of unexpected challenges, I would say that a bit more multinational collaboration might be a bit useful to work together, I guess. Next slide, please. Second one is that what's kind of the opportunities we have for now. Next slide, please. Yep. Probably you may notice that I have noticed that there is an kind of large scale international collaboration is being developed led by the AVI, which is that the probably Antarctic version of Mosaic. The field season will be happening 2007, 8 and 8, 9. And then they are now developing kind of really interesting science questions among international research colleagues. And this is a planning phase. So probably if you had really interesting ideas, then you can contribute to developing the ideas. And then our goal is to continue those kind of efforts to link to IPY5. So it's going to be really kind of natural kind of move the transition from this Antarctic instinct to IPY5. So it's going to be really good practice to work together internationally. Next slide, please. I would highlight that not only science kind of questions and also scientific kind of research activities, I would kind of technology development is really necessary to kind of help us to collect unprecedented data sets because the Antarctic region or Arctic regions are really challenging to get there logistically. So as you can see here up top, for example, some kind of data collection underneath the ice shelf or sea ice is really challenging, and then it takes really a long time, meaning that the without international collaboration or the large scale funding, it's not going to happen. So we have to, if we wanted to push forward, then we have to like have some coordinated efforts to make that happen. So then next slide, please. I brought this one for just kind of one example. I'm showing the one example that how hard to explore underneath the ice shelf or the sea ice. So people say like it's gonna be, it looks like mission impossible, but with it, the international collaboration, we wanted to make those missions. Next slide, please. Again. Next slide. Yep. So through that kind of just a bit previous one. Yeah. So with that, the international collaboration that we wanted to make these kind of like a really challenging step, the mission possible. We are now currently developing kind of technology development with that international colleagues. So but like it's really large scale research funding necessary. So it's a bit like struggling to make that happen, but we're just like trying to make that happen in the future. Next slide, please. So I guess yeah, next one. We can get some benefits from if we could bring those issues to the high-level bilateral discussions. For example, we have the regular discussion between Korean Ministry of Science and ICT and OSTP in the States. And we had a kind of chance to bring our kind of polar sciences into that discussion, why polar regions is really important and then essential to tackle climate change. So next one.
And one
Luckily-
song,
Yep,
that's just a
we're gonna
1 minute
do that.
warning.
Yep. We successfully launched the Kina project out of that effort. Next. And, which is the dealing with a complex system to understand better understanding of the contribution to contribution of the Antarctic ice sheet to future sea level rise. As you can see here, polar regions are really complex, and then we're dealing with the like really complex the interactions. Next, please. Again, without kind of international collaborations, it's not going to happen. Next slide. So we're bringing the all available expertise and then experts to have unprecedented data sets. Likewise, around here, which is really a robustly already verified and then widely accepted in the community. And then next slide, please. We invited kind of like a experimental kind of stuff to test, which is really good opportunity to give some kind of the chance to test such kind of a real interesting technology development. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip this one. Next one. And Julia already covered this one, and so I'm going to continue, skip. Yeah, so like the last one is that to highlight how the ECL environment is important. Next one. Where the line is. Next one. Yeah, last year the next one, please. We launched a kind of polar upsurge pioneers in science. Kind of consists of the voluntarily the Early Career Sciences. They had really good conversations and discussions to develop their own research priorities to work together with the senior researchers. Next, please. And the line is was supporting to provide those kind of mentorship and the networking and the constructive feedback, which is really hard to get funded for supporting this kind of the independent and the separate collaboration, the research and the networking activities. So just kind of like already established the research stuff. For example, Linus could support that one as a formalized in a formalized way, and also the facilitate those kind of the networking, and then all the career scientists, the involvement to the large scale research science. Next one, please.
All right, Wansong, if you could wrap up, that would be great.
Yep. So like my like final message is that but like more than 100 years ago, just one kind of ego or the one team can would like to achieve the great goal. But next slide. Without kind of like international collaboration, we are not able to move forward in the future. The final one, next one. So my final message is to advance polar observations or the kind of successful collaboration, then we need to have the large scale, the well coordinated large scale infrastructure and the international collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Wansong, and thank you for joining us so early in the morning. We owe you a big favor for that. Thank you. Our final speaker today in this panel is Dr. Jason Roberts. Jason has and he's from the Australian Antarctic Division. Jason has a background in mechanical engineering, specializing in numerical and experimental fluid dynamics before moving into numerical oceanography and climate system modeling. Since 2007, he has worked as a glaciologist, first as an ice sheet modeler before turning to ice core research, where he still works. In addition to his ice core work, he is the Australian lead for the IceCap project, which is a survey of the East Antarctic ice sheet. He has spent too many summers in the Antarctic, both in remote field camps drilling ice cores and at Antarctic stations for the IceCap surveys. Thanks for being with us, Jason.
Thank you for that introduction, Jamin, and I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the panel, the organising panel, for this opportunity to present. As Jamin said, I'm giving this presentation wearing my hat as the Australian lead of the IceCap project, which is a Antarctic airborne geophysics program. As you can see from all the flags down the bottom, it's a big multinational effort. Although which started in IPY4 actually, the backbone of which has been the Australia-US relationship, although that doesn't tell the entire story. The genesis of IceCap was actually an informal meeting between Martin Seagate in the UK and Don Blankenship in the US, where they, over a few beverages, thought of this idea of this would be a great body of work to do. That led to a series of meetings, which then led to several proposals being written and then resubmitted, and then negotiations around how things might work out, a bunch of crises to be navigated, and finally logistical arrangements were made before flying could actually start in IPY4. And as a quote from Martin Seagate was, "It can take a while to formalise these arrangements, especially in Antarctica." So that's just something to keep in mind, that the reality versus how we think these things should take is can be quite different. So next slide, please. So as I've said, the overview of IceCap is that it's airborne geophysics focusing on geology, glaciology, and more recently oceanography. It requires a group that has expertise in logistics, in instrumentation across all those disciplines, as well as the science. We've done a lot of flying over a lot of seasons from a lot of stations using a relatively small field team, and we'll come back to that point a bit later. In terms of our outputs, besides the standard scientific papers and presentations, probably our biggest impact has been the data collaborations, both topography, well, not both, topography, bathymetry, magnetics, and gravity, and what that's enabled the ice modelling community to do. but it's actually taken a fair bit of effort in the background. There's been more than 16 funded proposals to support all of that work, and international QPQ arrangements with 4 organisations. So there's a fair bit of the feet of the swan paddling frantically underneath the water to make all of this happen. Next slide, please. So this just gives you an idea of where we've operated from, which has primarily been in the eastern sector of East Antarctica. And you can see the sort of hub and spoke almost model there, which emphasises the various stations we've been operating on, out of. Next slide, please. So to make all of that happen over 12 field seasons, it's taken, and it's been a moving feast of establishing funding and keeping funding going. So the potted history of IceCap is it was established with NSF funding for IPY4, and the focus was really on the East Antarctic ice sheet and just the basic physical properties to enable the ice sheet modelling. It then evolved to be a more Operation Icebridge funded with NASA, and while keeping that original focus, we also moved closer to the grant with more of a focus around the grounding line. Then the subsequent period for IceCap was even stronger focus on the grounding line and actually the fringing ocean properties. So we got into airborne oceanography with support from NSF, and the latest, or the last field program, we got a bit more into some satellite calibration validation work with ESA support for the biomass mission. Although that said, we actually did some satellite prototyping work in the NASA Operation Icebridge era, flying some prototype photon counting LiDARs. You can see on the right there some of the grants from both NSF and NASA that have enabled this, and also UTIG's had support through the Vedelson Foundation, which has been quite key, as I'll come to a bit later, in being able to keep everything rolling fairly smoothly forward. Next slide, please. So as you can see from that history of all the various grants and various funding agencies that have been involved over the 12 flying seasons, it's really a case of trying to build a house of cards on a shaker table. You've got multiple dependencies between proposals which are being evaluated simultaneously, but at least the proposals we've written have generally not been able to take any mutual relationships like lead agency agreements into account, and so they have each been completely interdependent. And the only reason we've been able to be successful and flexible is because there's been discretionary funding available. And both of these properties tend to be really challenging for early career researchers and keeping them involved. And as Julia mentioned earlier, these type of opportunities can be career defining for early career researchers. And so the existing funding arrangements are a real impediment for ECR career development. Next slide, please.
And Jason, that's a 1 minute warning.
It's perfect, Jamie, thank you. So what we really need to get to is somewhere where we can actually decouple or dampen the shaker table motion so that your house of cards is more stable. So needing robust funding arrangements such as lead agency agreements, and also the other key thing is to actually have not only flexibility around funding, but also flexibility around your operational model in the field, which means defining your science priorities prior to the field season so that when you're in the field, you're not having awkward conversations. Next slide, please. So where there's been room for improvement in IceCap is inclusion of early career researchers on proposals, that's been challenging. Timely decisions through the entire spectrum of the project. And one of the biggest problems we've had is getting formal early career researchers in field leadership roles because of those small field teams and a fairly flat hierarchy. So while the early career researchers get a benefit of the field activity, it's not doing as much as we could be for building their CVs. And last slide, please. So in summary, the lessons learned are that you need to decouple funding requirements and enable your ECRs by making it easier to get those on proposals, sorry, and to provide them with formal field leadership roles and build in flexibility in both the operational and funding models. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. And like with Juan Song, thank you for joining us so early in the morning. We owe you as well. So thank you.
My pleasure.
So at this point, we'll be transitioning into our panel discussion. So as before, please use the Slido. We are going to start, though, because the Slido takes a minute to catch up to the last talk or two. We'll start with in-person questions here in the room, if there are any, and then we'll be monitoring the Slido here for the first couple of minutes. So if there's anybody who has an initial question here in the room, I would love to throw the microphone. I've been jealous all day. Yes. Anybody? Going once, going twice.
Just throw it.
Make my day. Oh, I think I see Brittany.
I wondered if people wanted to comment on the timelines and timescales over which things get funded, because it tends to be kind of a bit of a mismatch in my experience, where an international partner gets funding on one time scale and then they need an answer on another time scale from another international partner, and how it might be navigated.
I agree totally, Brittany, that there's a mismatch, and usually the US is the slow side. There are other countries that are able to move and respond much more quickly. It's difficult to navigate. I don't have an answer.
Great point, Brittany. Certainly from our perspective, having some discretionary funding in the mix has been a great enabler as well, so that you can sort of bridge some of those gaps. The project would have fallen over many times without that.
Yeah, I would say like that's always happening, and then without kind of bilateral, for example, bilateral agreement between funding agencies, it's really challenging to make that happen at once or at the same time. But the beauty of kind of difference, meaning that we can do some kind of coordinated, staggered approach, meaning that even though we're not start at the same time, but we start first, and then my partner start a bit later, then we're going to cover up between each other. So it's not necessarily, which is really kind of challenging to just move forward together.
Great, thank you. Any other questions in the room? So Brittany gets the chance to throw.
Otherwise, Brittany will continue to ask questions.
I can give a comment on. I can just give a comment on the Norwegian EU perspective. So in the EU has the European Commission framework programs. We're in what's called Horizon Europe. All the EU countries and associated countries, including what we talked about yesterday, some people mentioned New Zealand and Canada, contribute to this funding mechanism, and then they are able to compete for those funds. So in almost any EU project, as we heard in the morning yesterday, you're going to have 10 plus and up to 30 plus partners from various countries. And that's all given at the same time because it's coming from the same framework. But then where these bilateral agreements come in, we still have that same issue in Norway and in Europe, where the timing doesn't always end up. I would say that in terms of the timing of getting the funds from the EU, the review process and getting the project started is quite fast in comparison to other systems I've been in. But still, those programs are funded for 4 to 5 years, and that is very short for such big programs. So like the latest one on Arctic observing called Interos that the Nansen Center in Norway coordinated, that was a 4+ year program. And it felt like we were just getting things, the wheels are just starting to turn, and we were just getting started and the program ended. So there's this kind of, sustainability issue.
Thank you. So since we're not seeing hands in the room at the moment, I think we'll switch to Slido. And on a related question that we'll start with is from Mariama Dryak Valles. It's cool to hear about co-funding opportunities being set up across countries. Are there any experiences folks in the community or on the panel can speak to about when setting up co-funding mechanisms didn't work? And can we learn from that to set up successful international co-funding relationships?
Yeah, probably I have a the latest experience with that. So still is pending, but I would stay positive, but things are really kind of struggling, meaning that the our funding agency, meaning that our government seeks for, and they wanted to see some kind of balance, that we're funding $100, for example, and then they're expecting my partners like it was the 50-50 or at least the 10% out of the whole amount, the funding stuff. So it's really hard to make that balanced because sometimes they're learning something from my partners, meaning that it should not be kind of 50-50 stuff, but it's really hard to convince them it's really worthwhile. And another one is that it's really hard to identify what's benefits out of kind of the efforts. So we have to identify individual benefits, the partners of ourselves and the partners, and then what benefits we can get out of this collaboration. So at the very beginning of the planning stage, we have to identify those kind of the items. Then a bit more relatively easier to convince the funders to kind of invest money for doing it.
Can I add to that? I think this brings up a point because we also had a similar situation with international collaborators in the context of graduate students being funded, and one international collaborator didn't get funding. And so it's also the human side of staying hopeful and motivated during those gaps, and continuing to invest in the people who show the interest, even if there's not a funded position for them. And luckily, these individuals were able to float their way and didn't lose hope and stayed with us. So when funding did come around from their respective nation, it's now got legs and running for them. But yeah, it's those interim moments that you can lose people and lose steam. So
I'm afraid, the question is, do we have examples of failures? We all sort of laughed a little. We have lots of examples of lots of failures. I want to follow up on Wansang's comments about balancing funding, because I think that was important. One example of a failure that I was involved with is an attempt to get another phase of Antarctic drilling in the Ross Sea. And I worked very hard on that for many years with other people to add another season or two of international drilling in the Ross Sea. And it eventually failed. And one of the issues is how in-kind contributions are balanced, because we can easily say we're 50-50 if we each put in $100. But how do you balance the cost of an icebreaker for 60 days or some other resource? And that makes it hard to build the partnership. So I just say, anticipate a lot of questions about value of resources if you try to go down one of these paths.
And if I could just add my personal bugbear to that too. Also, you need to be careful about on-costs, institutional on-costs, whether they genuinely represent the incremental cost of doing the activity or if it's just an ambit claim to make someone's budget look good. That can really come back to bite you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Looking at the Slido, Terry Wilson has a comment that for Antarctic work, the SCAR structure provides a good incubator that facilitates internationally coordinated research questions, a grassroots path to building international science programs. Then collaborators need to seek funding from their national sources for Antarctic research to implement. So Terry, sorry, I just want to see if Terry was in the room and wanted to add anything, maybe. Okay, she's not. Go ahead, Madeline.
Your opportunity.
What is the SCAR framework you're talking about? How does it work?
SCAR is the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. I brought it up in my talk. They have large interdisciplinary meetings alternate years. They have smaller, more discipline-specific meetings in the intervening years. There is a set of representatives from most countries that are involved in Antarctic research. I am one of the US reps for geology. I know Byron spoke yesterday. He's a rep for biology. It is funded, the US participation is funded by an NSF grant, and there are travel funds for participation in these meetings. And then at the meetings, it is, it's my favorite meeting because it's all about polar science. It's all the different disciplines, all about polar science. And they are active in planning IPY along with the Arctic equivalent.
Is that good, Madeline?
Yeah, I mean.
So yeah, just to add the comments about SCAR. So from space physics community perspective, there is actually international coordinated community.
Can you hold it a little? Yeah.
Yep. Under SCAR program, we have scientific community called AGATA. I forgot what that stands for right now, but it just established to promote international collaboration. So I think SCAR is a great platform where we can actually have international collaboration through it. So that's one comment. And can I make like another question or comments? Yep. So just to add that, from my personal experience, also as part of this space physics community, we do not have deep field support anymore from NSF because we, as part of the polar cap science, the instrumentation has to be established in the middle of East Antarctic. So we used to run unmanned stations, remote autonomous station deep in the polar cap region, which is in East Antarctic. But that deep field support, logistic support, it has been cut completely. So there's no deep field support. So when I was running this project, I was actually told directly by the program manager that, hey, there's no deep field support. Therefore, you have to collaborate with International Institute. And back then, I had no idea how to contact, how to do it. So this is totally through personal network. So my question is, I wonder if there's any, and I found out that particular institute, the international, basically that's a COPRI, by the way. So I'm actually working with COPRI, who was actually looking for international partner, because they don't have A, but we don't have B, which is logic support. So it was really good matchmaking, by the way. But this is totally through personal network. So my question is whether there is any like platform or some kind of, network where we can have this kind of, way to find some like, problems and needed areas where we can actually have some collaboration. So.
Thank you. Are there any
Yeah.
responses from the panel on that?
Probably, yeah, as you said, the personal level collaboration is really kind of limited and then restricted. So we have to kind of have a bit more institutional arrangements. Otherwise, it's not gonna be sustainable. So I guess the it's not ideal, but you can bring that issue into CompNet meeting. Then these kind of conversation among logistics guys, and then they are really kind of familiar with how to organize and then how to support field activities. So I guess the it's not that kind of the perfect solution, but at least you can find some kind of opportunity to find partners with the other, some kind of who is interested in working together.
Great, thanks, Wansong. We've been given the 1-minute warning. So, but we have a top-rated Slido question. So just want to ask that one, but we just ask that we can keep the responses a little brief. This is from Duncan Young. He says, international collaboration implies multiple lead PIs, often with differing institutional needs. What are successful approaches to negotiate that space compared to single PI projects, reflecting on some of the projects that we've heard from today?
Lots of talking, lots of meetings.
Yeah, building relationships so that there is trust, so that you know that there's going to be no back agenda.
Yeah, fully agreed.
Yeah, coordination and discussion and communication.
Great. Any other comments from the panel? If not, I just wanted to take a very quick moment to make a synthesizing comment, reflecting on some of the things we've heard today. And I would like to use the lead agency agreement idea, especially after Jason, your talk, where you brought it up multiple times. And Julia, you also brought this up. As I said in the motivation statement at the beginning, IPY5 represents an opportunity to be ambitious with these types of things. And so we can think about it from the beginning, right? We can come up with something new. And I realize and appreciate that these are difficult to set up, and it's a big job that we'd be asking the NSF and our international colleagues to do, but it is an opportunity. And we can package things into like an IPY5 specific lead agency agreement, in quotes, thing that could be like a probationary idea, right? Where we're going to do it through IPY5, and we're going to try to package some values into this new thing, which could include, things about ECRs, like making sure ECRs are included on proposals on both sides so that your ECRs are meeting each other on both sides of the international proposals, for example. We could also include agreements related to harassment in the field explicitly in these things, so that we can set expectations across nations, for example. So these are just some sort of parting words for food for thought. Yeah, just want to look. Can we just thank our panel for those wonderful presentations and for joining us so early in the morning. Thank you all very much. Okay. Okay. Back to Craig.
Okay, so for our last activity, what we wanted to do was collect reflections, thoughts, additional comments, following up on any of the things you've heard, really. Okay, better. Great. So reflections, additional thoughts, follow-ups on any of the discussions we've had over the past couple of days. What we wanted to do first was open this up to our early career scientists, either in the room or online. And once we've done that, we will rotate through the rest of the group. Have we any takers?
Could I go? I'm online, Allison.
Go for it.
I was just curious. So, at Scripps, we have a polar seminar we host every Thursday, and so we had a talk about this and asked the old faculty who had participated in the last IPY. Sorry if this has also already come up and I've missed it. Had a report or any synthesis come out talking about what worked and didn't work from the last IPY effort, and then maybe oh, sorry, my video. And then additionally, a lot of those field reports have been coming out for the last comment Jamin had made, and use those as a base or check to see if we're hitting some of the already discussed and thought about known challenges from past efforts. I didn't know if there was some synthesis of that.
There was a recent meeting and follow-on report.
There's
Okay.
a book, this,
Yeah.
but there's a report from the Academy on it.
Yeah.
Jenny, why don't you?
So we started with this big book, which is which came out shortly after the IPY and has a lot of really good history on how it was created and done and what the projects were. And there's a lot of really good information in there. And then a few years later, the National Academies did a smaller report. But it's been 20 years since anything else has been done. And I personally think we need to look back because it's been enough time now. Particularly at some of the projects that, like Craig Tweedy had an IPY Rome project that funded all these students that went into the polar regions. What happened to them? I think now it's been enough time that, are the data sets out there? Can we find them now? How many publications did actually come out? There's been enough time, are the instruments still there that can be used? It's been enough time that we should really look back. But Martin, if he's still online, keeps shooting me down and saying that that's not necessary, but I really do think it is. So and I think there's still enough collective memory of those of us that were around that something like this could be done. And I think it's timely and it's definitely useful, but that's just my 2 cents.
I think that'd be awesome because one big difference I would notice is the use of social media. And I feel like even as a social media user, I've met so many people that have turned into collaborations. And so I think that could also be a unique difference from the past IPY effort. Thank you, guys.
Excellent point.
My name is Igor Krupnik. I was with Robin on the joint committee for the previous IPY. And there is one crucial asset that IPY 5 will have that we didn't have in IPY 4, which is the difference between 25 and 50 years. So 50 years is a lot of time. So we did have some people who participated in IGY, but they were already long retired, mainly in their 80s. And the realities of IGY were so different from IPY 4 that their experience was hardly useful, although it was very inspirational. In this case, we have 20-some years past the IPY 4. Many things were developed during IPY 4 that still are useful. APEX is one, and all this collective memory of APEX is available and easily accessible. There is another, I believe, good tool that we use in IPY 4, which was the joint committee that actually demanded that every single IPY project approved by the joint committee had international participation. So all we are talking about was actually mandatory in IPY 4. So there are documents from IPY 4, very useful document, which was the report of the planning group, not this one, but the the one that Robin worked on, published in 2004, like 3 years before IPY. And it outlined everything that was crucial for thinking and planning and funding and coordinating. So I would argue that a lot of, I second what Janie said, this is not that very deep in our memory. It's pretty close, at least to some people who were there. And the documents, I believe, are still very much relevant. Again, it's not the difference between the 1950s and 2007, it's just 20 years ago. Most of the technologies tools are still there. You know, we used emails. There was no Zoom, but we were practically very modern people back then. So that would be my point.
We go in the back there.
Hi, I'm Evelyn, Knaus Fellow at NOAA this year. I was wondering what the next concrete steps were coming out of this workshop are going to be, and as an early career person, if it's possible to get involved in those, like, is there going to be some kind of summary document? Will there be some kind of conversations about some of the specific kind of like action items, proposals that have been brought up over the past 2 days? And then one question that I put in the chat but didn't kind of get raised to the group here was I was wondering if anyone's involved in reviewing the data sets that are being decommissioned this year, and if there's anyone involved in trying to preserve those, back them up if they're relevant to the polar community.
I can start to speak to the first, that the output of this workshop will be a set of proceedings, basically a workshop report that our colleagues here at the Academy will write. It will include what was said here at the workshop. In summary, the sponsoring agencies, the lead agencies that were interested were NSF and NASA. So we hope that they would take an interest in that report. There's hope that other agencies would also take an interest. But for next steps, the U.S. does not yet have a lead agency for its IPY response, right? So these are largely community-driven activities at this point. There's not an IPY call for proposals at this point from any of the agencies. All right, so the hope would be that this is the start of more conversations, whether those conversations take place in venues like SCAR meeting or ASSW, or whether they take place as future workshops really focused on the IPY, right? There are many ways you can imagine that the community-driven bottom-up planning might take shape. And we need it to take shape even in the absence of direct government engagement right now, right? We need to be pushing this forward regardless of whether the federal government is completely engaged at the moment or not. So that when there comes a time when there is engagement, we've talked, we have plans. Right, so this is an exercise in optimism, but I think it's a justified one, right? This is what we do. Morgan?
So from the Academy side, we hope that this is the first of many activities related to IPY. This was really spun up from board interest in general in IPY, and I think there is a continued interest moving forward. So as Craig noted, we'll release proceedings from this workshop, which will basically just summarize what we've heard here, but we will take all of this back to the board and sort of internally within the academies and try to spin up other activities as well moving forward. And we will broadcast those widely and hope to have, you know, all of you engaged throughout the entire process.
For the question about data sets, I don't have an answer to that. If anybody in the room has any insight, please speak up.
The thing that I'm aware of is being led by Steve Diggs at UC San Diego. And he's representing a consortium of people that are working really hard on this issue. And there is there has been one meeting so far. It was a large Zoom with many dozens of people discussing this topic exactly, and some resources coming out of that. So that could be something that you could anybody can get connected to. So I'd be happy to do that, or we can send out follow-up information. But yeah, there is a group of people. I just saw a hand. Okay, yeah. So there's interest here. So yeah, there are some people focused on this right now, and they're getting activated. So.
And if I can just come back to the ways for you to get involved, because you're an early career, you also have other options. You don't necessarily have to wait for the US to do things. There is Apex, and they came out with the summit. Somebody mentioned that before. Oh, she's not here right now, but there was this whole set of priorities. I think Allison, you talked about that too online, this whole set of priorities. Okay, so you can get involved that way as well. And on that wonderful, what's the word, brochure, pamphlet. Sorry, my brain obviously is not
Concept
healed
note.
yet. What was it called? The
Concept note.
concept note. On the back of that, there's a bunch of logos. And all those organizations technically are organizing the IPY. So if you have any connections with those organizations, you can get involved through that. Not necessarily ideal, but at this time, perhaps in the US, that is one way for us to get involved.
Why don't we go online?
Oh, there we go. You can answer that question.
Hey, yeah, I'll just follow up on that. So what Allison had referred to was the Polar Early Career World Summit and the opportunity for any early career researchers globally to provide input on what you perceive to be priorities for the International Polar Year. And then Apex and PSECO will be elevating that. Apex has a seat at the table and is a chair of the Early Career and Capacity Building Working Group within the International Polar Year Conversations. And so there will likely be opportunities to engage with that working group as well. But I think a good first step would be to add your input. Anyone who's early career, to add your input to that synthesis product. And that report will be released in the summer of this year.
Great, thanks. There was a hand in the back of the room.
Oh, boy.
Thanks. Russ Schomburg from University of Maryland. I just want to say, appreciate you reaching out to the ERCs first. I feel like that's already feedback coming out of this organization, which was great. And I was just going to suggest one of the things that ERCs like myself would be really good at and suggest as a way forward is helping to lead committees and sessions like these and doing all the work to wrangle and herd cats with the senior folks so that you guys just have to show up and spread your knowledge.
Great, thank you. Anybody online? Anybody else in the room? Yeah.
You alluded to it a little bit earlier, Craig. Oh, sorry, Matt Shoup, University of Colorado. We've been really heavy here at referring to NSF, and of course, NSF is very valuable. But it would be really cool to engage more agencies within the US to fund the kinds of work that we need to get done. And I don't know what the best mechanism is for that. Of course, we have IARPC, who is statutorily kind of mandated to do that, but maybe that's the right venue, maybe there are others. And so I think that's an important part of the conversation going forward is how do we first identify, of course, a lead agency, but how do we engage other agencies and bring together the priorities that cut across different agencies to make a really nice investment in IPY.
I didn't have a response to that, but if anyone else did.
I don't have a response to that either. But I can say that the role of Polar Research Board is absolutely crucial based on the experience of IPY4. In 2002 and 2003, no agency stepped ahead. They were all sitting on the fence. And I would like to remind you that 2002 was not a garden of roses for studying of climate change, because these words were banned. That was Bush too, and climate change was not officially allowed term. So most of the agencies were very cautious about endorsing IPY and about filtering the prospective IPY language. And Polar Research Board then played, crucial role in connecting the dots at this first very stage in hosting the first IPY planning group for the United States. Somehow that flexibility they had back then may be a tremendous asset today in the landscape that is different, but in many ways kind of strikingly familiar, at least to people who remember that. So agencies will hopefully come later, but someone has to step aside, or step ahead, I'm sorry. Someone has to step ahead, someone has to take the lead, someone has to provide this kind of umbrella. And last time it was the Polar Research Board. So just my comment.
So make one more comment following that, and then Jamin. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait.
Well, when we go online, Timothy, and then.
Yes, just to follow up on what Matt Shoup was just saying, in terms of other agencies, I've been I've heard that, NOAA is not particularly, or hasn't seen a role for themselves in terms of long-term changes, but since their mission statement actually is to better is committed to understanding changes at the on U.S. coastlines, as we reorient ourselves to talk about actionable science and decision making, NOAA seems like they would be a phenomenal partner, and whatever we could do to engage with them to say, look, this is our, polar concerns are really central to what's happening on the coastlines. It seems like there's a phenomenal opportunity.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. One of the differences here, right, is we're really talking about trying to make stronger ties to societal needs, to useful products, right? If we can articulate a framework, the set of umbrellas, as Matt was talking about, right? Something that defines science and products that is compelling, it will be an easier sell to other agencies, I think, than doing that without. Brittany, and then.
Is yours related? Yeah, go for, mine's not. And Robin, I saw your hand too. Did you have? Did you have a comment?
Here.
You want this?
Here, Robin.
Computer and
Take the smaller
and
one.
hold. No, I think that's actually a better microphone, but I can't. It's beyond my coordination level. So no, I've got this one. I'm good. Anyway, I've been reflecting on this because those of you who don't know, I'm Robin Bell. I was chair of the Polar Research Board when this idea came up, idea of a IPY came up. And we actually convened a one-day meeting like this with the international community to see whether or not we thought it was a good idea, because it was the same place where stuff was bubbling around in the community. And the Polar Research Board pretty quickly decided that it was an important idea. Pretty much from November till January 1st, we came up with with Chris Rapley, we wrote a one-pager, which then established the planning committee. So so that was step one. So I was involved with, both bringing this group together, and then I was involved with the planning committee. It was a joyous thing to do. But just to let you know where we were, in the middle of this, that's when we heard from Julia, we heard about Larsen C breaking up, right? That's when we were in life, things that you guys just think are like history. That's where we were, and you can still
remember that people were thinking, holy shit, the planet can change faster than we thought. You know, there was this sense of, a little sense of fear actually about the rate of change. So as I just wanted to share 5 points that I thought, the things I've kind of reflected on from what I heard. As Igor said, NSF was not quick to step forward. The head of polar programs at that point was very, very conservative and didn't want to leap and get involved. We were very fortunate because the Academy at that point had the resources and willing to step forward and support the planning process. They put money on the table that allowed the US community to convene, write that report, and paid for staff so that they could help with the international planning. Right? So suddenly you see that, so my recommendation number 1 is the Polar Research Board should seek funding to support the planning process to ensure US leadership. That has happened. You guys need money to make this happen. And we need it to ensure there's US leadership. It may not be the Academy this time. There might be a foundation. You know, the world's a little different, but, you know, to me, it's not a huge amount of money, but it's critical right now. And because, why? Because we actually want American scientists to be engaged in the international planning part. We don't want to be sitting around here planning. When you look around the room, you see that, well, they're gone now. But when you looked around the room, you could see the people who were involved in the planning ending up leading major programs. We heard about Terry, right? Terry led PolNet, and it's remarkable. Mary Albert, who wrote the US report, she led a traverse across Antarctica, and I had the honor of the sort of complementary project to what we heard about IceCap. I had the other large airborne 7-nation program up over the top of the East Antarctic ice sheet. So by having US scientists involved, it builds there's networks that trust those relationships that allow US scientists to be leading big programs. So that's the justification of why we want to do it. And point number 2, we want to make sure middle and early career, as well as Indigenous and community members, are involved in the planning process now. We want to make sure those people are being funded to go to the meetings where they can build the collaborations so that they can lead. We just need to make this normal. We need to make it normal that, you know, we're supporting those people. We need to acknowledge that this is a challenging time. The agencies, the institutions, and even the foundations of science are under attack in a way we couldn't have imagined. I remind myself this all the time. You can either think it comes from being a sailor or from my kids making me read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy all the time. Don't panic, right? Panicking isn't going to help. This is a moment for us to remember we need to keep our eye on the horizon. This is a storm. This isn't going to go on forever. And if the sooner we develop a plan, while doing things like, you know, Brittany was reminding us at lunch, speak up on issues, but we also have to continue to plan on where we want science to go and where we're going to come out the other side. We must look, because otherwise the US will be sidelined on an IPY, and it'll be even harder to recover from the current storm we're in. Point number 4, I think it's absolutely critical we articulate better why polar science matters. Twyla was talking about connecting the dots. Richard had economics, had everything from economics to arguing that it was good to have Einstein in your pocket. Martin and Lynn wanted to improve forecasts. It's an opportunity for us all. We all should have those really punchy, compelling arguments about why science is essential. So why IPY 5? Going back to why we should be doing this. It's a chance for an increment in money. IPY 4 eventually got more money. Remember, it took a long time, but it wasn't a square wave. It was actually a step function in polar funding. So keep that in mind. It can't be business as usual. It's really important to make sure it's impactful, international, and novel. because we have to be doing international to look for things that we couldn't do otherwise. I know for me personally, that international umbrella allowed me to keep that project up over the top of East Antarctica alive, even when NSF canceled it twice in front of all my collaborators. But because of the IPY pressure, we were able to do something NSF thought they couldn't do, and any individual nation couldn't do. So it's, I haven't heard a lot of that, what can we do that we can't do by ourselves? And this is a unique moment to do things together. So build support, expand networks, probably human networks first, and then observation networks, because when you build the human networks, then you can build those observation networks. Understand key processes, how the planet works, and make discoveries by doing new measurements and new places or going somewhere new. And how are you supposed to look at that horizon? Make sure you put those comments in the Slido for the committee to have. That's for all the millions or the hundreds of people online. This is a workshop report. The Academy can do things that we either say or go in Slido, right? So if you have something you're thinking, write it down in Slido right now. Because this is not a report where you go do research afterwards. What happens here is what goes in this report. That's why I'm trying to make sure I get my 5 points in. I think I've about done them all. You're lucky. I'm just summarizing up. So make sure the points are in, seek funding, engage early careers, think radically. I only heard a little bit of radical thinking. Bring in the third pole. Maybe we should be so radical as bring in everywhere it snows. That would connect our science way more to our communities than we do now. And maybe our NSF is going to be restructured so that doesn't sound so stupid. Anyway, I'm just telling, and remember there were ideas for polar decades. So allow yourself to be creative in this process. Challenging times may allow us to look at things differently when we come out, and there is a decade of the ocean. Be brave, have fun. Remember, science is a joy. That's why we do it, right? And it's also essential to the humans on Earth. And the IPY will be marvelous. Be proactive, articulate the polar impacts, support the networks, make a plan for innovative science, and make a difference to the communities around our planet through polar science. You guys are going to do amazing things. I'm done, don't worry. My 2 cents.
So what I was going to contribute was that one of the things that's really easy to sell to Congress, to the public, to to those two audiences are big results and things that have something they can wrap their head around and can plan for. So NASA has historically done this very well because they have missions. It's always been historically hard to get R&A or research analysis funding for NASA because it doesn't have that flashy thing. So as we're thinking about, I realize that this is a time of insanity in the US right now, and that we don't really know where anything's coming from. But I think the point is that it won't always be like that, and that this idea of a rising tide that kind of lifts all ships, this is the kind of activity that might lead to that. And so if we can kind of come around a theme or a desire or a community statement on where we want to be for IPY5, that might be the kind of thing that we can use to actually argue to put money back into these programs, because they've been hemorrhaging slowly over the last several years. And so you have to have a place to stop the bleeding and then to ask to repair the damage, right? And to start in creating new things. So I would encourage us to use this, the current situation as a call to action, and the IPY5 as a potential rallying cry, because we've been able to do great things in the past. And that's what the polar years have been wonderful at. And so that's at least one message that an entire community could get around, is the importance of IPY5 in the history of polar years, and not wanting to be left out of that. So.
Any other comments on this thread? No? Can I just add
Last few
my
comments,
my
yeah.
thing? When I made my synthesis comment at the end of the last session, I mentioned a few things being included in an idea for a new lead agency agreement concept. And I just wanted to touch on the proposal part because I was going quickly. So just adding a couple 2 cents to that. The reason I think, so it's sort of obvious, we've said multiple times we want ECRs to be on proposals. And by the way, NASA deserves a call out here. I know that at least on one big program, they require an ECR to be on the leadership team. NASA also does double-blind peer review, which has been shown to help ECRs or middle, yeah, and women, exactly. So I think using NASA and NSF and other agencies taking on some of those ideas would be great. But the idea of adding it to the lead agency agreement also serves this other purpose, which is that institution by institution, there are different policies on putting ECRs on proposals. And that's this annoying barrier that you run into, that you have to get approval to have a postdoc be a PI, right? And so that issue is seen as a feature or a bug, depending on who the leadership team is. And so what's nice about this requirement being in whatever NSF chooses to do is it blasts through that, and it would obviously make more ECRs be co-PIs on proposals. So that's why I was thinking if we can just include that more often, like in the new lead agency agreement thing, then that could be good.
Any other last thoughts? And so we've got one more comment from Slaughter here at the top. There's not been mention yet of how Indigenous scientists and governance perspectives will be invited into these spaces, other than under the umbrella of early career outreach. These are distinct groups and deserving of consideration by organizers if this IPY will grow beyond research. So one of the challenges that we struggled with in planning the workshop was engaging with Indigenous and local communities. So we fell short. We didn't get as many people as we had hoped to have in the room at the time, but this is just the beginning of the conversation. The point is well taken. Right? We need to make more venues to bring people on board, and hopefully that will be part of upcoming conversations. So as a couple of quick thoughts to close, right? We've talked a lot about structural issues and how we interact and how we engage with each other, how we engage early career scientists, and how we make opportunities. And these things are huge, right? We need to work on those structures. But at the heart of it, this is all it's a person-to-person engagement, right? The human interactions are a huge part of everything we do in science. And so in addition to working on those things, I would urge people, right, for senior people, reach out, think about how you mentor, think about bringing your students and your postdocs into these spaces, engage them in the conversations. For students, for postdocs, for early career scientists, step up, speak out, try to step into responsibilities, take opportunities as they're offered or as they're available. In the end, it requires a lot of what we're doing here, right? A lot of us in a room talking, whether it's formally in presentations or informally over coffee. There are just an amazing number of connections that are made that way, and I think will continue to be made that way. So a plea for more in-person interactions, more grace when dealing with each other in terms of how we interact and what we assume about each other when we speak. I think that will go a long way. So with that, I'd like to thank all the folks from the academy here. You've been so wonderful in putting this together. Might not be obvious, but there's been huge amounts of scrambling going on to make sure everything runs smoothly. And that's what's made the meeting and the 200 or so online participants kind of interact in a reasonable way. I think we've collected a lot of good input, hopefully well captured. So we'll look forward to the proceedings. Thank you, everybody.